Okay. Ah. Okay, this is my. Okay, what's up, everyone? Chatters, viewers, whoever's here, welcome. Sorry I took a long time. Um, but yeah, cheaper than our school stream. No GTRP tonight. Well, maybe later, but right now we're doing my actually second ever art stream. First one I did was like probably a month ago, where I covered Anna Mendieta and Carl Andre because Carl Andre, that asshole, finally died at old age and gave me a reason to talk about Anna Mendieta and her work and her importance in culture. Um, Not so much about Carl Andre, but okay, that's a conversation that I had a few weeks ago. I don't want to get into it. Um, I'll probably have. I don't have that VOD up. I have a YouTube channel, and that hasn't been posted up yet because I'm very slow in uploading my VODs to my YouTube channel. Okay. But instead, today, actually, before I get into today's docket, we have a very special guest. This is my first time doing this. Um, Got a Discord call going on with my friend Annie. She is a friend of mine who I went to undergrad with. We did undergrad for photography, fine art photography, and yeah, that was like the beginning of my art school journey, or our art school journeys, and it was expensive, not cheap like this. Um, but Annie, go ahead, if you don't mind saying hi to everyone. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, I don't know if we I don't know if we actually have viewers or not, but there may be lurkers. Well, they may be lurking and may not be chatters, so it's totally fine. But whoever's here, I'm happy you're here, and hopefully, the stuff we cover will be entertaining and educational. And yeah, hopefully we won't bore you to death for the most part, right? But yeah, well, before we get to what's on the docket, well, Annie, it's been a long time since I've seen you, actually. Right? It's been a few years now, probably, since you moved out of, yeah, Joshua Tree, and it feels like it's been a few years now, right? I mean, was it pre-pandemic the last time I saw you? No, it wasn't. It couldn't have been, right? Yeah. Okay. And then you guys moved to New Mexico, and now you're there, and now you're possibly moving to the East Coast. Yeah, moving and shaking. Yeah, I think that's like something like, I don't know. The idea of moving sounds great to me, but also it's like I'm such a Southern California person. Right. Yeah. I mean, you never know. You might come back or not. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess like, I suppose that's one thing that ties you back here, right? This family. Hmm. But yeah, I mean, it's also been a long time since we've been in undergrad. Has it been? Right. I mean, also, yeah, it's yeah, undergrad. If 10 years. Yeah, yeah. I'm. I mean, it feels like it's been forever since I've been in grad school. I mean, I graduated grad. I got out of grad school in like 2021 or 2020, like right during the pandemic. My last semester was like the when the pandemic began. So was that 2020, right? And we're in 2024 now, so it's been like 3 years, 3 4 years. It's insane. Time flies. And all I have to show for it is like chronic lower back pain. Yeah, yeah, it's not the greatest. And then and now I'm like full time streaming. It's even worse for my back. Yeah, I know. That's something I gotta work on. Either getting a good chair or getting like one of those like standing desks that goes up and down that are motorized. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, or I could just get up, you know, periodically. I mean, or I could just do that. Yeah. And like, yeah, do that and like stretch every now and again, even during stream. But sometimes like, when you're doing stuff for a long time, you get kind of like sucked into whatever you're doing, like you get tunnel vision, you just forget. But yeah. Okay, so well, aside from the okay, we could chit chat more about like um non sequiturs while we're covering stuff. I figure we should move on now. Um so like first things I want to talk about, like I pulled up a few different articles in regards to um what's happening in the art world in response to the I don't know what you want to call it. I don't want to call it conflict. Like I don't want to minimize what it is. It's not just a conflict. It's not just a war. But definitively you can call it. I definitively. I think, and most people think it's a genocide that's occurring like before our eyes, right? In Palestine, I think, right? No matter what mainstream media is going to try to tell you, um, and whatever the State Department is going to try to tell you, like we're witnessing it like firsthand, live on our screens, on our phones, and on social media, that like the state of Israel is committing war crimes and a genocide onto a population of like 2 million people. Um, and with that being said, um, like I know there are a lot of people who've been covering the conflict and different areas of the news in regards to that, and I didn't want to cover that because I know there are other people who have covered and are currently covering those things. But I wanted to see if I can like shed some light on, or maybe show a different facet of it, right? Of that conversation within like the art world. Because because like everything, capitalism, you know, and and like everything else, the art world is embedded within capitalism and capitalist ideology. Um, at least when you're talking about the sale of art, right? And how art travels, um, and kind of what's the word? Um, circulates. And so I've pulled up a few different articles of different kinds of um, pro-Palestinian kind of actions. Right. Each article kind of illustrates a different kind of um, action that's happened or that's occurred to different institutions around the country, well, around the U.S. basically. Um, and so, like the first article I have up um, is MoMA workers urge museum to address Israel's attacks on Palestine. And so, MoMA is a museum of modern art. And there's two actually. There's one in New York and there's one in San Francisco. The one this article is referring to is the one in New York. Okay, so the headline. So I read the headline and then bottom here. We respectfully urge our institution to consider the impact of its silence, reads the workers' open letter. Okay. And this image is not current. It's a pro-Palestinian protest at the Museum, not Muslim, Museum of Modern Art in 2021. So like there have been actions uh, pressed against MoMA before, I mean, our institutions are never like they're never they're never innocent of like being pro-capitalist or a Zionist or um um what's the word? You can chime in because sometimes I get I'm at a loss for like words or phrasing sometimes. Okay. Institutions are not yeah, they're not guilt free. Right? They're not just because they show art that's what maybe revolutionary, counterculture, um the quote unquote woke, you know what I mean? Um it's still a business. There's still people higher up that they have to answer to, right? Um um Money to fund these organizations comes from somewhere. And a lot of times it comes from places that you'd rather not have come from. Okay, so let's get back to the article. A group of workers at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City has released an open letter, appended in its entirety, at the end of this article, urging the institution to call for an unconditional ceasefire. Um, Let me turn off the music really quick. I found it a little distracting. Sorry. Okay, where was I? Eh, Urging the institution to call for an unconditional ceasefire and an end to Israel's bombardment of Palestine, which has killed over 28,000 people in Gaza and displaced over a million in the months since Hamas's October 7 attack. So, I mean, this article's a little bit old, so I think it's up to 30,000 now, unfortunately. Working amidst the profound silence of our institution in the face of the ongoing crisis in Gaza has become increasingly challenging for us as employees of the Museum of Modern Art, the missive reads. The credibility and sincerity of our international purview is incomplete and compromised as we quietly watch Gaza's invaluable art, culture, history, 15th century BCE be systemically destroyed, stolen, erased. We respectfully urge our institution to consider the impact of its silence. The authors continue. So like this is like this is really pertinent, I guess, or not pertinent, but this is like very true to what's happening. Like what Israel's been doing is they have been purposefully destroying like historic cultural sites in Gaza. Like they've been like you already know that they've been just like purposely destroying universities, purposely destroying the hospitals, but they've also been purposely destroying mosques and anything that basically represents like the long-standing history of Palestinians in Gaza in Palestine. So like this is something that is unquestionably happened and is happening, right? It's basically what they're doing is the erasure of all culture and history of that culture. That's what they're trying to do. A signatory list shared by the group at the time of publication includes 25 individuals who work at MoMA in varying capacities from full-time, part-time staff to interns and fellows. An additional 52 artists and cultural workers added their signatures in solidarity with the group. The authors are continuing to gather names and will update the list in the days to come. The letter implores MoMA leadership to commit to the Palestinian campaign for the academic and cultural boycott of Israel, or at minimum to conduct a thorough review of PACBI's principles and develop a plan for the museum moving forward. The missive comes just days after an unaffiliated group of organizers staged a massive sit-in and protest condemning Israel's attacks and MoMA board members' connections to military weaponry. The historic action gathered hundreds in the museum museum's atrium and forced the institution to shutter for the day. I mean, shuttering them for a day, like, you know, I mean, it's something, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's not much, right? It doesn't really do much. But I think what I'm hoping from this is continued, um, continued action. You know what I mean? And consistent action. I guess more Moma's bored. Mainly, I think Moma's bored because I think um, they're the ones who are going to that they're the ones who you need to put pressure on, right? Um, and with this last statement, this last statement here, um, with them condemning Moma's board, and like I'll show you why they're condemning Moma's board because I googled some of the board on Moma. There's a lot of people on the board. And I didn't Google everyone, but I googled a few people and found their wiki, and some of them have Wikipedia pages, and they're not great people. Or they don't appear to be great people, right? So I mean, let's see this first guy, Stephen Tannenbaum. He's in here. What the hell is this guy? Tannenbaum, right here, Stephen Tannenbaum. Let's see. He is American hedge fund manager, right? Right, not great. Okay, legal. So he's a known art collector. I mean, that makes sense. That would make sense why he's on the board of directors, right? For MoMA, um, chief investment officer for Gold Tree Asset Management, which he founded in 2000. Um, let's see, Tannenbaum's art collection includes works by Damien Hirst. I mean, the list of artists that he has in his collection aren't really surprising either. Damien Hirst, fuckhead. Um, Bryce Morrison, I'm not that familiar with him. Ellsworth Kelly, I actually like his work, but his work goes for a lot. Like all these people's works go for a lot, right? And for the most part, what I would say is like they err on the side of the type of work is kind of like it's more for spectacle than anything, especially Damon Hirst spectacle. Um, Frank Stella, painter, Willem de Kooning. Although I say Willem, like Frank Stella and Willem de Kooning are very important in terms of like painting history. Gerhard Richter, he's also pretty important because of his photographic works. Like I mean, for me, he's important because of his photographic practice and like what he's contributed in terms of like photography as art. Jenny Sabo, I've heard her name, but I don't know her work. Takashi Murakami, which is like he's like probably the most contemporary of the people on this list. You know what I mean? Um, and like in a way, it's like his work definitely like merges commercialism and fine art together. Maybe not in the best way at times. Um, I mean, I know he purposely does that, but then I think it plays into commercialism way too well. Um, because like his aesthetic and his work kind of like you can buy not the fine I mean you can buy the fine art pieces, but he also sells like um commercially made or mass produced made things of his work as well, you know what I mean? Like you've probably seen like the cartoon flower patterns that he does, mosaics that he does. Yeah, very poppy, very like it's anime inspired, um, which is kind of the point. And like, so there's things about it that I like, but then there's things about his practice I don't like, where it's like it feels overly commercialized, where um, it doesn't feel like commentary anymore, or it doesn't feel it doesn't feel satiric anymore because he's fully kind of like embraced the commercial side of it. So I mean that I don't like. Like when you start seeing like an artist's work like being bought up and being like being used as decorative art in like some millionaire rapper's house, I'm like I can't take that work too seriously anymore. You know what I mean? It's like if I see your work hanging in Drake's house, I'm like, no, dude, uh, this is not serious. Like next to, like if I see your work hanging in Drake's house next to this one artist I really dislike. Do you know Cause? It's like this really generic like all of his work is like just generic like Mickey Mouse figure. No, I didn't mean to search. It's KWS. This bullshit. It's on the screen. Right? And it's like this kind of melancholy kind of character. This vinyl figurine for $400 on eBay. I mean, he has works that sell for a lot more. Um, but it's like this kind of thing that you'll see these figurines like displayed all throughout like Drake's house. And 150 grand. Why? Because it appeals to status, it appeals to pop sensibility. Um, you know, it appeals to like contemporary kind of aesthetics. Um, it come like for the layman, it comes off as like it comes off as art or fine art for fine art's sake, but or contemporary art. But I don't know. I also don't. I mean, I don't want to be too cynical, but I mean, it's for me. It's just kind of vapid commodity consumption with the veneer, with the veneer of like of contemporary art, right? Where it's like it has like the minimalist aesthetic. Um, it has like a minimalist aesthetic to where it's like it's not too like illustrative, so it doesn't come off as like too like um too cartoony or too overdeveloped. Um, to where it's like more like, oh, it's kind of like a minimalist sculpture, you know what I mean? But then it has like a pop aesthetic because of its cartoon and kind of reference towards and this reference towards Mickey Mouse because you know it has like the shorts that Mickey Mouse wears. So so yeah, it's got this similar silhouette going. But yeah, I didn't really want to go into cause, but I knew I knew I was going to use cause as some kind of reference. They're ultra wealthy, ultra capitalists. I like and one like and the reasons for why they collect is not because like of cultural value, the cultural value of the works, but you know, I mean, I think we learned this in undergrad. It's the reason why like the ultra rich, wealthy buy art is because they use it as a store of value. They see these as investment pieces, right? Like the same way people buy houses as like investments, as they or stores of value. They buy these works of arts with the same intentions and hold them as like a source of value. And the same way, like with housing, like as you hold on to these commodities, they their value increases, right, over time. Right, they appreciate because these are like limited editions, one-offs. They're not mass produced. Okay. Oh, legal proceedings. So, 2018, Tannenbaum sued the Gagosian Gallery over the non-delivery of three Koons sculptures. Oh, this isn't something bad that he did. This is something bad that Gagosian did to him. I guess he bought three Koons sculptures, claiming that deposits were accepted and delivered, and the delivery of the works, including Balloon Venus, were delayed. 2020, an agreement was filed in Manhattan, and the case was settled. Terms were disclosed. Well, whatever. Fuck you. Oh, Tom Sachs. Oh, I don't know. I don't know why I had Tom Sachs up. But also, I mean, I think I wanted to use Tom Sachs as like an example of an artist who, like, not all artists are good people either. Um, and it's like, which kind of sucks because I kind of liked his work as well. Like, I liked his sculptural stuff. His new stuff is kind of whack. Um, like his new stuff's kind of whack. His new stuff is like copying past works of like other artists. Like, I think he did like a series of like copies of Picasso paintings. Here, let me see. I mean, it's like he wasn't trying to pass it off as Picasso's, but why did I write who the hell is Tom Picasso? Tom Sachs, Picasso paintings. Tom Sachs painting. No, I don't want you to save any of my data. So they're basically replicas, right? I'm assuming they're 1-to-1 scale to like the originals. Um, but like, I mean, of course the originals aren't gonna have like the dimension sizing and like these right here. Of course these are additions like that he added. But this is like a new body of work that he recently did that I'm like this is kind of like this is kind of this is similar to what Richard Prince did with Instagram models. Except this is maybe this is a little bit better than what Richard Prince did with the Instagram model thing. Because what Richard Prince did was he just made big prints of Instagram model like posts. I don't want to go into like why I don't like this. I mean, that could be for another stream because this is about institutions and we're this is just like every other streamer, ADHD streamer. We go on tangents and then we get lost from the sauce of the original thing that we're talking about. um, Richard Prince, um, Instagram art. So this is what this is like Richard Prince did this quite like more than a few years ago, handful of years ago, 2014. Okay, that's a while ago. But this is like what Richard Prince did. We talked about this in undergrad, I think, right? I think we talked about this work. It was probably in either like it was probably I can't remember whose class it was, but I remember we talked about this work in class. Right. So basically he took Instagram posts and blew them up and made giant prints of them, right? Of basically models or Instagram posts. Um and that's kind of I mean, and I feel like this is a similar play, although it's like an art history play. So I mean, and these are actual painting. These are paintings also. Like these aren't like prints. Like these are hand painted. So it's like I got to give him credit for doing that. Did Tom Sachs paint all of the work? I don't know. because he does have like a huge studio and he employs a lot of assistants. So I'm sure he had some assistants help him with the creation of, and recreation of these works. But you can see the similarities, right, between this and the Richard Prince work, where it's become mhm. Instagram. Also, I feel like trading card. You know what I mean? Um, so I mean, it's like I don't want to straight poo poo on it, but I'm also like, these are Picasso. I mean, you're recreating Picasso's. I'm like, and like another part of me feels like, I mean, yes, there's some discourse that some interesting discourse it creates, but this one I also feel like, I mean, just like the Richard Prince stuff, like there's some laziness to it that I don't enjoy. Like, yeah, and then like I guess you can like then like I guess you can't I can't we can't just blame like Tom Sachs or Richard Prince for this like kind of work. We got to blame Andy Warhol, for like the reproduction of the image and turning pop art into like not the invasion of pop art into fine art and the practice of like and that practice of the reproduction of screen printing, right? But then again, we can't totally blame Warhol. We have to blame the printing press. Right? The invention. I mean, I'm not trying to throw shade at Andy Warhol because he's like hugely he's I mean, he's hugely important to like the art history, the evolution and expansion of what contemporary art is. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not trying to throw shade at him. He's extremely important to like contemporary art and modern art, right? And where it's become and what's become of it, for better or for worse. It's just like what are artists today doing um to move it forward? And I don't know if this is, and like I don't know if this or Prince's works move it forward. Like I don't know if they move it forward. They definitely stir conversation about it, but I don't feel like they're presenting anything. They still feel like there's still a feeling of emptiness. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, I guess when you're talking about AI art, AI and its how it can be used in art or what it's doing within art now. Okay, back to Tom Sachs. He's not a good guy. All right. So here, well, let me show you something else. Like, I mean, okay. No, I'm not gonna go into. I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try dig. I'm not gonna dig deeper. I'm not gonna show you more of his work. um, because it's just gonna like, it's just gonna we're just gonna just keep dovetailing into another rabbit hole. um, but I still want to show you one of his sculptures. It's like a guillotine, and it's such a good work because it's Tom Sachs guillotine. It just sucks that he made it. This website again? I guess they represent him, I guess. But this is from 1998. See, it's a Chanel guillotine. You've probably seen this. But I think like overall I think it's pretty sick. Like this is an example of like a piece of work that I enjoy from him. But then like I don't know, then it's like I begin now that I see him a different light, like I wonder, like it makes me think about other things. Like what is like what is he actually trying to say? Or does he even really care? No. These are actually more current more recent works of his as well. Especially this. Right? Yeah. 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 Talk about talk about appropriation, right? It's like, and then I feel like then like now he's like, and this, I'm like, what? Now you're now you're going back to Duchamp. Like, yeah, now you're going back to Duchamp, when like, oh, anything, anything is art. Although I know this, like the way his art practice is, like everything he makes. Like nothing is already made. And they all have like this handcrafted kind of feel, kind of like kind of like the guillotine, where like it doesn't nothing he makes feels totally polished, which is something I appreciated in his work in the beginning. And like that's just his aesthetic now, right? Like he's known all of his work has this like kind of quality to it, like it's like half finished quality to it. And I suppose you could say um the Picasso paintings are like that too, because like they have like these kind of like the measurements on the sides, they kind of give you that kind of like not quite finished quality to it, although it's a little bit too um it's like although it still has like it's an unfinished but finished kind of, right. But there's also something about it that's like kind of not that honest about it either, because it's like it still looks like a finished painting. I don't know, interesting. I think he's trying to incorporate like his I think he's trying to incorporate his usual aesthetic but into the painting. And I think that was his way of like working around that, like creating this border measurements, um turning it into like more of like a cataloging, less of a work and more of like, oh, this is like I'm cataloging this painting from painting history into this like, copy of an original. Oh, let me go back to the let me talk back. Let me give you the tea about him. in in 2023, Sachs came under fire from past studio employees for creating a cult-like and fear-inducing work environment. Past workers told Hyperallergic about how difficult it was to quit. It is like a true cult in that they make it really hard to leave, they said, citing manipulations and threats. One former studio manager told Curbed, it's almost as if he goes out of his way to sow discomfort and pawns it off as if he's a genius. It's like it's like a ruse. So many people out there know that he's cruel, but the art world is tiny and no one gives a shit. Very true. Like the art world's like very insulated, right? the the revelations caused Nike to release a statement that the company was deeply concerned by the very serious allegations. We're in contact with Tom and his studio, seeking to better understand the situation and how these issues are being addressed, the company said. And as far as I know, they're still collaborating with him. Like they still have like he has like a signature shoe with them. Oh, Annie, your audio is like kind of distorted. I'm not sure what's happening, but your mic, like, yeah, you're like very like you're sounding like you sound like an adult from you sound like an adult from the Peanuts cartoons. Like wah 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 wah. So, say something. No, you're there. Yeah, you sound better now. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but like for a good like 30 seconds to a minute, like you were sounding like yeah, you're sounding like really super distorted. Hmm. But yeah, I mean, did you? Mm. Yeah, maybe the buds were going out of battery. But did you hear me read the blurb out? Okay. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So I mean, he sounds like any typical narcissist, right? And like, yeah, it sucks. But I also think there's a lot of people in the art world who are like that. Yeah. Yeah. Even artists who we may know from undergrad. I don't want to name names. You know, like yeah, and I'm just referencing from like people who've assisted these artists or this artist, right? You know, yeah, you know you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, and I like their work. I love their work, which sucks. Yeah, which sucks. I mean, and like they may not be this bad. And actually, they're not this bad. Like they're not like this. But you know, it's like yeah. I don't think they're like bad to this extent. But it's like a lot of artists are not great people either, or and can a lot of people can be like really shitty people to work for. Oh yeah, right. And like maybe that's I mean it's not that and it's not to say that like all these artists are bad people, like not like Tom Sachs, but like and like you're saying like a lot of the work is informed. A lot of the work that artists make is informed by like trauma, um, like cultural trauma, um, personal trauma. Um, right. Or maybe they are in a social. I mean, they could be in a social aspect, right? In a social setting, but like. social setting and a work setting are two, and also like friendships are like are three totally different things. Totally three totally different environments, right? Like one-on-one friendships and like and then also group settings and then work environment. Those are all like different things. Um, and even though you're like you can be a good friend with somebody, it doesn't mean you're gonna be able to work with them. And like you were saying, like these like yeah, these artists may be great, but they may not be the best people to work for. They may not have the best management style. They may not have the best social skills. And I think most artists don't have great social skills. Um, and that's that's why they have to rely on gallerists to like sell work for them. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to sell it on their own. Because they don't have those. Those are kind of like essential skills that they don't have. I mean, I know I don't have those skills. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't have those skills. I'll be the first to admit I don't have those skills to sell the work on my own. Like, I'm having a hard enough time streaming, talking to imaginary people. You know what I mean? Or not imaginary people, but like people on another side of a screen. Well, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take any kind of affirmation. Oh yeah. Oops. Okay, Tom Sachs. Okay, Tom Sachs. You're not a bored person, but you're a shitty artist, shitty person. Okay. Glenn Dubin. He's another person on the board of MoMA. Let's see. He's a billionaire hedge fund manager, so another ultra capitalist. There's something else that's problem. There's like something I think specifically. Oh yeah, problem. A few things. Okay. Uh, let's see. His philanthropy. Let's not go into philanthropy. Let's go into political donations. Um, I don't think there's anything specifically problematic with his donations. He's historically been pretty much donated to Democratic Party, um, which is fine. Um, I mean, Democrats are capitalists as well, like no different than Republicans. Um, I think the last person he donated to, well, it was just a measly $2,800, was to Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg. Yeah. Oh, and then okay, in 2023, he donated 100 grand to Super PAC and donated to Vivek Ramaswamy's campaign. Okay, so then he went full libertarian because that's what Ramaswamy is basically. He's a tech libertarian. So he's kind of as scummy as it can get, basically. So he went from like a dem donator to a libertarian. A donator he donated to a libertarian. So shows you how fickle he is. Okay, personal life. Let's not go into that. Who cares about that? Okay, Dubin and Jeffrey Epstein. There are several connections between Dubin and Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein invested millions in Dubin's hedge fund and helped J.P. Morgan acquire Dubin's firm. Epstein had dated Dubin's wife, Eva Anderson, for nearly a decade, starting in the 1980s, and the Dubins continued to maintain a friendship with Epstein, including after Epstein's arrest for sex trafficking in 2006. In testimony in Virginia Jeffries' 2015 civil suit against Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey testified that Maxwell instructed her to have sex with Glenn Dubin. Yee. That's not cool. There was no testimony as to what Jeffrey actually did. So take a good look at this guy. Yeah. And no, not a good. X him out and X that hairline out. Yeah, you can't trust a guy with a hairline like that. That's like a that's a six head. Um, but yeah, highly problematic person to be on the board of MoMA, right? But you know what? He's got billions. Mm, right. There's a dirtiness to it, right? But even like I don't know, there's like even aside of that, like there's a like even like when we were learning like I don't know, um, even like it was in another class. I think it was either Heather or Keen's when we were discussing about the relationship to like how museums are um not how they're laid out and how they're built, how they function to corral patrons into them, and how similar that is to how prisons are built, and then how and like how educational institutions are built. So it's like yeah. But I mean it's also I mean I guess it's I guess the ickiness of it all is basically it's another form of like social engineering. And I guess like okay, I mean I guess there has to be like a like there has to be some kind of like, you know, rationale in how you design a museum, and you have to consider things about like how you want patrons to like move around a space, which makes sense, right? I mean, that's not totally icky, right? It's like you kind of do have to think about how this space is going to work, how people are going to walk around this space, and how they're going to, you know, interact with work, art in these spaces. But then I don't know. It's like I suppose it's like the ickiness of it. I guess the icky feeling that I get is maybe the I don't know, the intrusiveness of like of the planning. Hmm. Like Glenn Dubin, right? And it's like I don't know. I don't want to go into like conspiracy theory stuff like this, but like you know, it's like Jeffrey Epstein was like there are conspiracy theories that he's like he and I think him and Ghislaine Maxwell like or are like Mossad agents. Like basically like they're like agents of Israel. So then like and like I don't want to go into like conspiratorial route, but I think they are like definitely I think Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell probably are like ultra Zionists and probably do have relationship some kind of relationship like some way shape or form have some kind of political relationship with it with the state of Israel maybe possibly. And like if they have relationships with these billionaire investment bankers who are on the boards of, you know, these these, you know, quote unquote great liberal art institutions, it's like it makes you totally understand why like a place like MoMA wouldn't denounce like Israel and its occupation in Palestine, right? Because no doubt Dubin probably has some kind of like he probably has some he probably has some high dollar investments in the defense industry, right? Um, Honestly, I don't remember, but it might have. I mean, the hyperallergical article. It probably said it somewhere. I have terrible memory. It's probably down here somewhere when it's referring to the board, right? I think it might have been just called like U.S. in general, like supplying weapons to Israel, if anything. I don't know if it's singling out people like MoMA board members, but I mean, whatever the case, um, if someone like him is has investments in the defense industry, that's directly involved within the U.S. government. So I mean, it's one and the same, right? Yeah, let's go on to the next war criminal. And Diaz Griffin. Okay, French American investor. Another investor type mother freaker. She's the chief founder, executive officer of Aragon, investment firm active in global equities with a focus on the internet technology and consumer sectors, as well as alternative assets. What the hell is an alternative asset? What the hell? Let me Google this real quick. It's like so vague, right? What the hell does that mean? Alternative investment is a financial asset that does not fit into the conventional equity, income, cash categories. Private equity or venture capital, hedge funds, real property, commodities, and tangible assets are all examples of alternative investments. Oh, okay. So like basically, aside from real property, commodities, and tangible assets, it can be anything. Also, it can be like virtual assets, right? Probably like or speculative assets. Hmm. I don't know. Still, like I don't know. From that definition, it just feels like it can be anything. I mean, for sure. I mean, for sure, it's a blanket term for like. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I don't remember. Okay, there might not be anything too like problematic, but she is a Republican, so it's like not every. So it's like just because she's on the board of MoMA doesn't mean everyone on the board of MoMA is going to be a liberal or Democrat, right? The Republicans collect art as well, because at the end of the day, they're also they're also capitalists, and they know they know what they know when they see something that makes money, they want to be a part of that. And also, I mean, also her being on the board, it helps to kind of another thing that it does it it does it not whitewashing, but it art washes her her public profile. You know what I mean? People aren't going to be like, oh, she must be Republican. Like people aren't going to guess that she's Republican because she's on the board of freaking MoMA. Steve Cohen. Let's see. Oh yeah, this guy's a doozy. Well, so he's an American hedge fund manager, owner of the New York Mets, And let's see, he's a founder of the hedge fund 0.72 asset management. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, what he's known for: a record insider trading fine of $1.8 billion. You know what? I bet he's not even in jail for this. He can't. He's still on the board of MoMA. Yeah, he's not in jail. Yeah, billionaires, rich people don't go to jail when they do illegal things. He just gets fined 1.8 billion and just gets to live out the rest of his life doing more illegal shit. But I think this is the. I'm not sure. Okay, so two things: racketeering, insider trading. 2009, Cohen and his brother Donald Cohen were sued by Stephen's ex-wife Patricia Cohen. that's that's weird. Wow, what a triangle for racketeering and insider trading. So basically, she snitched on him. The ex-wife's. Uh huh. Good on her. Yeah. Get the bag. Get that bag, lady. Okay, for racketeering insider trading, March 30th, 2011. United States District Court in Lower Manhattan they dismissed the case, but on April 3rd they dismissed it. But then on April 23rd, 2013, the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New York ruled that the lower court had erred in dismissing fraud-based claims by his former spouse and revived the lawsuit. The appeals court also revived claims of racketeering and breach of fiduciary duty while upholding dismissal of an unjust enrichment claim. Writing for a 3-judge panel, Circuit Judge Pierre N. Laval said that Patricia Cohen had made a plausible allegation that Stephen Cohen had concealed the $5.5 million during negotiations on a separation agreement in 1989, which preceded the divorce. The revival of the lawsuit came amid mounting pressure on Stephen Cohen over an insider trading investigation that led to the arrest of Michael Steinberg, one of Cohen's closest confidants at SAC Capital. SAC affiliates reached 2 civil insider trading settlements totaling nearly $616 million with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. SAC neither admitted nor denied wrongdoing in either case. When you neither deny or admit to wrongdoing, pretty much means you did it. Okay, and then they had their second investigation by the SEC. On November 20th, 2012, Cohen was implicated in an alleged insider trading scandal involving an ex-SAC manager, Matthew Martoma. The SEC brought charges against many other SAC employees from 2010 to 2013 with various outcomes. Matoma was convinced in 2014 in what federal prosecutors billed as the most profitable insider trading conspiracy in history. SEC later brought a civil lawsuit against Cohen, alleging his failure to supervise Martoma and Michael Steinberg, who was a senior employee and confidant of Cohen's. Cohen settled his case with regulators in January 2016. The agreement with the SEC prohibited Cohen from managing outside money until 2018. SEC Capital Advisors pleaded guilty to insider trading charges in 2013 and paid $1.8 billion in penalties, and was required to stop handling investments for outsiders. Cohen escaped criminal indictment himself. See, he didn't even go to jail. Freaking bastard. Despite being the living, breathing heart of SAC Capital. How the freak is that possible? I know it's not shocking. But that's some bullshit. He was featured in January 2017 New Yorker article titled "When the Feds Went After the Hedge Fund Legend Stephen A. Cohen." Oh my god. Okay, and even more recent, GameStop short squeeze. In 2021, Cohen's hedge fund, Point72, joined Ken Griffin's Citadel and putting $2.75 billion into Melvin Capital, the hedge fund of former Cohen protege Gabe Plotkin, as a result of the GameStop short squeeze. Cohen denied that his involvement with the short squeeze would affect his willingness to spend money on the New York Mets. Cohen deactivated his Twitter account, on January 29th, 2021, due to the influx of threats against him and his family. Cohen is portrayed by, I guess he was in like some film called Dumb Money, or he was portrayed in the film Dumb Money. Okay. All right, so I guess a lot of people probably blamed him for that, like that GameStop short squeeze, which kind of like made like a little mini collapse of like the stock market, kind of. Hmm. So yeah, upstanding citizen Steve Cohen sits on sits on the board of MoMA. Where is he? Right here. Yeah, he's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know. Well, this is like alphabetical order, so it doesn't. It's not like by rank. But if it was by rank, he'd be like in the top 10. But yeah, you have like you have some rich asshole like this on the board. It's like Jesus, and it's not just MoMA. It's like every like major art institution, like almost everyone. I guarantee you're gonna find problematic people on their board. I just use MoMA because they're they're in this article that I'm focusing on. But like maybe it was the Whitney. It was either I think it was the Whitney. Like they had the Sacklers on their board. You know the Sacklers, right? The people who basically created the opioid epidemic, right? Sackler family, right? Pharmaceutical Purdue Pharma. Yeah, they basically single-handedly created the opioid epidemic in the U.S. And right, and they were on. I'm pretty sure it's probably not on here, but I'm pretty sure they're one of them. One of them. One of them were on the board for the Whitney. Might have been the Whitney, or it's another museum in it's another one of the art museums in um in New York. But they stepped down. They resigned. They stepped down from the board from pressure. Like there was because I think there's a good amount of public pressure and like consistent like boycotting and protesting at the museum where they eventually did, which forced them out because it's a bad look for um Sackler's art museum. I just want to make sure which museum it was. Okay, let's see. I guess they're on the board. They were on the board of 3 museums. Oh, Guggenheim, American Museum. Okay, it was the Guggenheim. I think it's for sure it was the Guggenheim that they were on the board of, and they did eventually step down. Maybe. Oh, this just says they pledged money to them. But actually, you get. I mean, that's another way to get on the board of trustees. You donate money to the institution, right? I think that is another way you get on the board. So it might. I think it might have been the. I want to say the Whitney, but it's probably the Guggenheim. Can't be 100%. But they did step down. I know for sure because there were articles about it. They did eventually step down, which is good. That's like proof that direct action can work, and enough direct action can apply and applied pressure can get like some of these people out of these positions in these institutions. But it took a while though. I think. Look at these ghouls. Look at these old boomer ghouls. Ugh. Okay. Oh, okay. I think we spent enough time on the Momo article. Um, I was gonna look at more like board members for like the different like for this place, Center for Books Arts, but I feel like I don't really have to use any. I think the MoMA board was a good enough example for like how insidious like kind of like how insidious and capitalistic like the people on these boards can be. So actually, if you don't mind, I need to use the bathroom really quick. So BRB and BRB chat. Um, I mean, if you want to, I mean, you can keep on chit chatting, like like speaking into the ether if you want, while I go pee. I mean, you can start. I mean, you can start covering this article while I'm gone, if you want. If you want. I mean, you can. I mean, you could just pull up the article on your end. Yeah, I mean, you can and you can summarize. I mean, yeah, you don't necessarily need to scroll down to like you could just kind of summarize while I'm gone, and I'll still hear you because I have my headphones on. All right, BRB. And who's the artist? Yeah, I think that yeah, that's her like alias, I guess. Um, her sister Sylvester, also known as Catherine Hamilton. Yeah, I think it's three. It might be three separate works because I see the dates 2020, 2022, 2024. Right? But they're all like I guess it's like it was like an ongoing body of work that she completed. Right. But it's not even I mean, I think the subject matter isn't even about Gaza. I think it's right. It's I think it's a fictionalized narrative based in Turkey, right? Where I think Turkey acts as a proxy state for America. Kind of similar to how Israel is operating as a proxy state forward operating base for America in the Middle East, right? So yeah, I think that's where like the parallels are drawing. But what like I mean when you like were reading about it, when you were reading about like the statement that the CBA put out, like how like like that was such like that's like such a like a not generic but not even like just such a vague like response like phrasing, right? Like they're like just it's just like they're just pussyfooting around the subject. Like they didn't want like not trying to admit anything, any wrongdoing, or like and like or like and like I think people forget like the role of art, right? I mean, one of the big roles of art is to like make you feel uncomfortable, right? Mm. Oh, hey, Smiley. No, I don't. I'm not. No, I didn't draw. I'm just covering some like art, contemporary art news. I'm still covering some news. Um, I'm actually covering with my friend Annie, who I went to undergrad with. So we're collaborating with the Discord call right now, and just covering some pro-Palestinian actions against different art organizations in the U.S. within the past few weeks. But yeah, I don't draw. I'm not an illustrator. I'm trained in photography. Nah, I don't make art, man. I mean, no, I mean I do make art. I just don't draw. It's not the drawing type of art that I make. Oh, I thought you were making art. Love me a good art stream. I'm untrained in photography. That's totally fine. I mean, everyone's got a camera nowadays, so everyone's technically a photographer, right? That's what they say. The only difference is like I'm um like myself and Annie, but I have an ancient. What the hell is it? Oh, an ancient 6D. 6Ds are still good. 6Ds are still good. Even 5Ds are still technically still very good cameras. 5Ds were the workhorse. They were the 5Ds. Canon 5Ds were the full frame workhorse for like so many people back in the day. I'm sure a lot of people still use Canon 5Ds as well. Is the 5D above the 6D? I thought the 6D was the I thought the 60 was the upgrade from the 5D. That was the consumer level one. Okay, never mind then. But it is full frame. I mean, as long as it's full frame, as long as it's full frame, I mean, you're good in my book. I don't even shoot Canon. I have a Sony A7R4 that I barely use nowadays because I'm not I'm not and like I don't even want to. It's like and that's not even traditional photography. That's not even like it's weird. I was about to say that's traditional photography, but traditional photography is like is film photography. That's so weird. I mean, I was totally gonna say traditional. I was totally gonna refer digital photography as traditional. How stupid. Very good low light with a little cleanup in Lightroom. Yeah, exactly. That's what's great about full frame. It's the fidelity and the not just fidelity. Traditional equal not with a cell phone. Yes. Nowadays, yeah. Nowadays, that's the metric. And I think that's like psychologically that was the metric I was following with my in my head right now. In high school, you had to develop film. I taught film photography. I've like I taught film photography like 2 3 years ago, and when I was in grad school, I could still teach it if I wanted to. but like teaching like technical stuff is like my least favorite thing aspect about teaching. I just like talk. Like I like my favorite part about art school was critique and just like talking about art in general. That's why I'm. That's why I decided to do this art stream tonight. Back in the olden days, yeah, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I don't know. I still. I mean, if I had more patience and I had less anxiety, I would probably still be shooting film. Like I would probably still be shooting large format. But like I don't have the patience, I don't have the space, and I have too much anxiety to I have too much anxiety just to go out and shoot with a digital camera. Like I don't know. I mean, yeah, you probably have a different feeling, Annie. Like you probably like I don't know. The pandemic really screwed me up in terms of like my photographic practice. Aside from my social practice. Like I had to really learn how I'm still relearning how to socialize myself back into society. Yeah. Which film camera? Oh, like a 30, just like a 35 millimeter, like point and shoot, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, I got like, yeah, I have this cool little like cool little Contax 35 millimeter camera that I got as a gift like a few years back. Um, and it's like got a, it's not a fixed lens. Well, I mean, it is a fixed lens, whereas like it's not removable, but well, actually no, it is fixed lens. It's a 30 millimeter. Um, it's like a 30 millimeter point and shoot. It's very cool. Well, it's not quite point and shoot. It has like I have aperture control on it. That's about it. Like I don't have shutter speed, but I can control aperture. But it's a variable aperture. So it's not like totally automatic, but it's not totally manual either. So it's a cool little camera. But even that I don't use. Like I don't shoot anything anymore. Oh, smiley, sorry. Digital makes the transition to manual shooting so much easier though. Um yeah, I definitely agree that it's easier, like the learning curve to shoot film is way easier when you start with digital because you can fuck up so many times, um as many times as you want with like figuring out exposures, like getting correct exposures on digital. And you don't have to feel bad. You don't have to feel like you're taking a huge hit in the pocket with like, you know, wasting film. Yeah, wasting film. What style do you mainly shoot? We can't hear the panel if we were we can't hear the panel if we're meant to, or see, or you see changes instantly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know what? Oh, Annie, I might have had you mute this entire time on the stream. Ah, damn it.
That's funny.
I think I might have had you muted this entire time on the stream. I forgot to turn on my Discord audio channel for
You're
the stream.
hilarious.
I just turned it on right now. Yeah, I'm a bad streamer. I'm a very bad streamer. Yeah,
You're practicing at least.
pro streamer, quote unquote. Yeah, yeah, we're all on for like almost 2 hours, and I've had you,
Yeah.
I've had you on mute, so it's basically like I've been talking to
Right.
myself the whole time.
That's funny.
Well, I wouldn't have known. Hey, Smiley, thanks for the heads up because I wouldn't have known until you said something. If you had not said, if you didn't come to chat, Smiley, and like let me know that the Discord channel was on mute, this entire stream would have been just me talking, and there would have been like blank spaces where it was like supposed to be Annie speaking, but just there's just blank spaces of like just silence,
I love it.
and it's like me asking questions to somebody with no response.
A very friend. You have a friend from art school that you're talking to right
Yeah,
now.
it's like an imaginary friend. It's like people are watching. It's like, is this guy insane?
Bizarre.
It's a performance piece, y'all. You just don't get it. Yeah, this is it's just the it's a Twitch performance piece. You just don't get it. You're like you don't get the concept. It was like you were having a conversation with chat, but nobody was chatting. Damn, Smiley, you make it sound when you put it that way, it sounds so depressing.
Learning
Hey,
curve, learning.
hey, little
So
streamers got to start somewhere. If we got to talk to ourselves, we got to talk to ourselves. If we don't have anybody in chat, what are we supposed to do? But yeah, I mean, oh, Smiley, you asked what I mainly shot. What I used to shoot was I used to do a lot of landscape, and I used to do a lot of landscape, like within like, um, I guess the not just city, but like kind of like the larger area that I live in, which is like predominantly like Asian American, Asian immigrant kind of like um centric, which is like kind of like what I was like what interested me. Interested was which I what do I which is what I found interesting about like what I was photographing, which is kind of like, this Asian immigrant enclave that set roots in like this area of like LA County, and like how that changed, how that affected and how that changed like the landscape, like in terms of like signage, architecture, um, and like how that transition kind of like appears and slowly changes the landscape. It's kind of like when I like if you want to like you want like the brainy way of me saying it. It's like kind of like the ontology of like an area. It's like what's interesting to me is like the visual ontology of like an area of like of the landscape, right? When you look at it and you think about like what makes this place like what it is now from what it was before, and then like you think about how is this like place gonna look in 10 years, 20 years? Those kind of things are kind of those are certain like kind of like things that I think about when I make photographs. But now I like now I'm just making pseudo photographs in GTA, which is another like a pseudo Los Angeles, which is what makes me which is the first thing about GTA that makes me interested about making images for these pseudo photographs within GTA. Is like these landscapes of a pseudo microcosm, not even microcosm, but like a very condensed form of Los Angeles County, and like parts of and also some parts of California. It's weird. It's weird and surreal making images in the game. Do I have NVL or Reshade? My single player like sorry Annie, we're talking about game stuff now. like now we're on a whole nother tangent. We're talking about game stuff. Um,
Maybe I'll go get a snack.
my on 5M, I just have reshade, right? My 5M is just reshade. Um, and my single player game is modded up to like my single player game is modded up the yin yang. Like I'm using reshade, and I'm using quant v. Annie, GTA win, nag down low, down bad. Smiley, you can't recruit Annie for GTA. She's on an iMac. Yeah, she can't role play. She's on an iMac. No PC. but my um but my single player is like heavily modded. Like I also have a map mod which like changes a lot of the architecture and the branding to real life, like to replicate real life, right? Replicate real life locations in LA, and also the brand, like real life branding. And so like when I'm not role playing, and I'm thinking about like making art, I'm in the single player. I'm in single player, just like making pictures in single player. So, and a lot of times I get inspiration from just driving around in um in NoPixel, and then I'll just try to remember places from the server, and then when I feel like it, I'll go into single player and I'll go back to those areas in single player and make images in there with like act with the accurate branding. So it's yeah, a little bit like rather than making images in NoPixel, it's like the single player gives me it gives me a more accurate facsimile of Los Angeles, which I think kind of adds a little bit more to the work. Like making like for me, it's like questioning because some images appear more realistic than others, so it's it creates an interesting experience to me when I make these images. It's like it's not just surrealistic. It's more than surreal. It's more like similar to I think so. It's similar to the experience of what's that phrase or the terminology when something looks real but isn't, but when something is like when it's like when like when you're looking at CG and it's like they're trying to make things look real but they don't quite look real, and it's like it's jarring, like it makes you feel uncomfortable. I forget what the word is. That what is the word? I'm drawing blanks right now. What is the word?
I'm trying to find it, but
You
I
know what I'm
can't.
talking about, right? You know what I
I
mean, right?
do.
It's like CGI, not realistic enough terminology. Oh, okay, I know.
Link.
Uncanny Valley.
Yes.
It's kind of that. It's sort of that feeling, but I'm also
Yeah.
like when I'm making these images, I'm trying to see if I can defeat that feeling, right? If I can make a strong enough image in GTA, like can I can I defeat that feeling of the uncanny valley, or can I subvert that experience? Never heard of it, but I think it's comparable to seeing person's face. A good example, a good example would be that that cartoon film that was all in CGA that was with Tom Hanks. It was like he's a train conductor. where like they look too real, but they also don't look real. Tom Hanks train movie CGI. No, not Tom Hanks. Not Tom. Not Thomas the Tank Engine.
That was wonderful.
Polar Express. Right.
Oh yeah.
Right. It's too like it's on the edge of. Oh yeah, Beowulf is also Beowulf is another one where it's like Uncanny Valley, where like the CGA is good, but it's not good enough, and so it makes you feel uncomfortable. Beowulf's probably even better. Avatar, Avatar. I think Avatar is like it was just good enough to where like you were able to suspend disbelief. But like I think Beowulf is a really good example. Even though this is like 420p. This looks like dog shit. But this is 2007. The new Indiana Jones. I enjoyed the new Indiana Jones. Was it a great movie? Maybe not, but it was entertaining. It's like, I mean, how the hell am I gonna believe like a 70-something-year-old man's like doing all this dangerous shit and not getting hurt? It's like he should have broke his hip like 5 minutes into the movie. But yeah, Beowulf's a super good example of like that uncanny, like this, like the Angelina Jolie part is like it's very uncomfortable looking. Oh, the de aging part in Indiana Jones. Um, yeah, it was decent. I mean, it was decent. Like you could look away from it and be like, this is okay. You know, I know this is CGI, but it doesn't look too bad. I mean, they did that in Star Wars too, the newer ones, because what's her name? Because she passed
Carrie
away.
Fisher's face.
Yeah, it still looked a little wonky, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like it looked a little plasticky.
Yeah, it did.
Luke too. Did they CGI Luke?
Yeah, I think
Oh
so.
because there were like young Luke flashbacks, right? Like why couldn't they just put Mark Hamill in some like smooth makeup, like young person makeup? Like he's still alive. He still looks pretty much the same, just wrinklier. Just put some foundation on his face.
Probably need some kind of smoothing prosthetic though, too.
Yeah, maybe. But even that would probably look better than CGI. Then the deepfake guy improved it and scored a job with Disney. I didn't even know that happened. I mean, yeah, I mean you could probably just deepfake a person instead of doing CGI because deepfakes have gotten so good now.
Yeah.
What a weird time.
Mm-hmm.
And and then deepfake is another AI driven technology. So then you're there you go. There goes there goes some more jobs gone to AI, right, within the entertainment industry. CGI no more. You don't necessarily need a CGI artist anymore to create a digital version of a younger version of an actor. To let's say you can just use old footage of when this actor was younger and just deepfake them into the movie. But then you have issues of like copyright and using, like, and then I think you have issues of using the likeness of others. I think
Yeah.
there's some legal ramifications to that, which I think had some part to do with the last like strikes within
Yeah,
the
the
SAG
actors.
the SAG after strikes. I
Mm-hmm.
think there were some
Yep.
there were some certain stipulations they were fighting for in regards to those kind of rights. Like I think a lot of it had to use the use of their image and the use of their voice, because
Mm-hmm.
you can deep fake voices now.
Yeah, it's kind of what a crazy times we live in.
Yeah, it is fucking crazy. And so now it's like, yeah, you really have to think about like the rights of like individuals intellectual property.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if you're interested, there's a making of the Mandalorian where the green screen has evolved to a 360 digital screen and ceiling, which is powered by UE5, Unreal Engine 5, and provides lighting and everything. The camera is tied to VR, and the entire backdrop shifts with the camera. That sounds crazy. I mean, that sounds crazy and sounds pretty dope at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And like Unreal Engine 5 is like, I suppose Unreal Engine 5 is a proven um, platform, I guess, or like Unreal Engine 5. What do you want to call it? It's like it's a software engine or graphics engine. Like it's a like super, I guess, proven soft like graphics engine that like, I guess, a lot of people within like the gaming industry and I guess now entertainment industry or CGI or whatever production companies know how to use. Like you can build worlds in it. Yeah, it's like it makes building worlds really easy, right, Smiley? And like building realistic looking worlds with like high graphic value, like with highly realistic lighting, highly realistic um details, like environmental details, which is
Yeah.
it's sick, and like it saves you time because of how easy it is to build a world in it.
Sounds like a really good tool.
Yeah, like a lot of like games nowadays, like a lot of PC games, a lot of like Xbox, PlayStation games, a lot of those games are made off of that engine. Not every game, but a lot of games are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've gone on a like how many tangents?
Many. Too many to count. You just count how many tabs are open on your screen. That's
No,
funny.
Smiley. No, Smiley. It's all good. Like the like going on like going on tangents is like one of those things. It's one of those things that you just happens on when you're just like when you're just when you're just chatting, and you
It
know
makes
it's it's
it's the interesting part.
going off tangents is it's like it's typical streamer behavior. Like every just chatting streamer that I watch goes off on rabbit holes and tangents off of like the original topics. So I mean, it's fine. It's totally fine. But yeah, we already covered the MoMA. We really briefly covered Center for Arts and Book Arts. Um,
Sort of. I mean, no one
sort
could
of.
hear what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
It's
I went to the bathroom and you like I gave it up to you, and I guess the entire time no one heard. It was just silence. Oops. Okay, so I guess let's really quickly recap this. Okay, Center for Book Arts backs out of performance drawing criticism. Okay, New York nonprofit said Sister Sylvester's artwork was too closely aligned with the current conflict in Gaza. What a pussy way to phrase it.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. Um, So essentially, they told her she could show the work and then said she couldn't show the work and said some weird stuff about how they didn't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, they did it. They did take backsies.
Yes, which I think is kind of bullshit. And she did call them out a little bit in an email back to them. I don't know if you scrolled through those, but she
Mm,
uh, she told them that she agreed with them that freedom of speech was really important, but like whose speech are they protecting? And for an institution that like historically shows politically radical work, it seems kind of weird to omit a conversation about a piece of art that, you know, is not related directly to what's going on in Gaza, but has strong enough parallels to spark conversation about it.
I mean, I think it has a very strong parallel to what's happening in Gaza, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like it's strong enough. Essentially, like her art is like a her her piece or pieces string a like a fictionalized narrative. I think of like a counter like a revolutionary. I think this character begins as a revolutionary, um, a communist revolutionary in Turkey, and then somehow, and then there's something about um, gets gets involved like with the military, and Turkey is like acts as Turkey becomes this. Um, what did I say before? Basically, proxy state, paramilitary force, not paramilitary, but proxy state forward operating base, um,
Mhm.
like for like the United States, similar to what Israel is to the United States in reality, um, a forward operating base for them to um, basically implicate themselves within the Middle East and to could basically as a stable destabilizing force within the Middle East, right? So that's essentially like that's where those are where like the similarities are drawn. Are there photos of her art? We could we
So
could try to Google. Sister
there's a link
Sylvester.
to her site, I think, and there's a couple of videos that kind of show what was going on with the work.
Is this the website or no? Oh, this is under the
Um,
radar. I
I
don't think
have
so.
it
Let
up here.
me try to Sister Sylvester, Eagle and the Tortoise. I'm sure there's some at least images. Sister Sister
I'll
Sylvester,
send you links.
Eagle and the Tortoise.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Eagle and the Tortoise, 2020, 2022, 2024. Okay, here's a, I guess, brief synopsis. Invites the audience into a live sound and video installation where they collectively read a handmade book. The book tells the story of a young student from Turkey who became an icon of leftist resistance, an armed militant, a political prisoner, and finally a proxy soldier in an American war. This visual essay traces the history of the aerial view in art, mythology, journalism, and warfare to make the case for the other ways of looking. Okay, let's take a look at this video. Lily, you can't hear it? Hold up. Lily, you can't hear it? Like, what can't you hear? The video playing? Oh my god, I'm such a bad streamer. first, first I, first I didn't have the audio. First, I didn't have my Discord audio on, so like, couldn't hear Annie talk. Now I, now I don't have the audio. Oh my, so I don't have my browser audio. Okay, I have to turn on my browser audio now. I guess this is the first time I'm playing something. Smiley, you were gonna say something, but I was too busy collecting things in the sewer. Okay, okay, okay. Well, I mean, okay. Thanks, Lily. At least, at least you spoke up. I wouldn't have known because Smiley was busy picking things up in the sewer. All right. Oh, let me. Okay, let me start over then because the audio's great. I love the audio. To be fair, I couldn't tell if we were missing anything. It was people reading stuff. I mean, yeah, this is like not this is not the work itself. This is just like a documentation of like the work, right? And basically a documentation of the experience of the installation of how it's supposed to be. So yeah, don't take this as a part as the work itself. This is just like documentation video, essentially. But I'm gonna make the assumption that like the audio, the musical score is probably similar to what you're gonna hear, like within the piece. So like a similar type of music or a similar type of audio score that you're going to experience within when you're reading the little book that they give you. Okay, that's cool. I mean, after looking at that, like how much how like even if I'm going into this like as a layman, like how inoffensive does that feel?
Yeah. Um,
Like nothing about that. I mean, like of course like
yeah, I
we're
agree.
well, of course we're only seeing
I
like a
don't
small
agree at all with
snippet.
the. I,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
to me, it makes no sense that they would choose to uh, not show the work.
I don't even see the issue with it. Smiley, I mean, yeah, Smiley, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like even I mean, yeah, it's a small snippet, but that's so like what's the word? The right word is not banal, but it's so like there's nothing jarring. There's nothing. I don't like. I don't get an inherent sense of like violence or like the imagery is like if anything, the imagery is very like cerebral, right? It's it's
Mm.
uh it's it's multi-sensorial, if that's even a fucking word. Which is like what I find interesting about it. It's like it's kind of like engulfing you in like the set with like in terms of like of the senses, right? Which is in a like in a way like conceptually I think that's really interesting because in that way it's overwhelming because like you're forced to like look at the visual, you're forced to read. Um, there's the audio component, um, and then also there's well the like I guess like sitting in a dark room. You kind of it's like I think that's kind of something that you have to do when you're watching a video.
Yeah, and then
So
they've
like
got the headlamps on to read the book.
right. So I mean those are kind of
I think,
logistical things that are just like I don't know. I don't think they're necessarily conceptually grounding. I think those are just it's just a matter of logistics. Like you have to watch this thing and you have to watch this video in the dark because if you don't, you're not going to be able to see it with lights
mm,
on, or you're not going to be able to see it very well with the lights on. But admittedly, I don't even know much about the conflict in Gaza. I mean, Smiley, like a lot of people, a lot of people don't know exactly what's going on Gaza. I mean, unless you're like super like into like unless you're super like I don't know politically brain broken and like constantly like listening to the news and politics, like most people don't really know what's going on in Gaza, which like I'm kind of not surprised. So I mean, and with you saying that, I'm not really that surprised that you don't know that much about what's going on either.
mm,
I know it's been fought over for generations. That's about it. I mean, yeah, I mean, even that, most people don't even know that's been happening. Maybe it's worth with subtitles, cathedral style music playing, music intensifies, turns angry. Mm, I think that's good if you're like I think that's good if like I think having those kind of maybe it's worth with. I think it's good. I think it's I think those kind of subtitles are good for like a hearing impaired patron. You're kidding? God damn it. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to tell when people like chat and like this is like exactly like this is like yeah. It's hard to tell when people are like kidding when they're chatting. This is like similar. I don't know. Now I see why other streamers like can misinterpret people's chats and like feel like they're you know they can't tell if they're joking or not. The, the music at the end sounded angrier though. I wouldn't say it sounded angrier. It was just it just the intensity increased, right? I wouldn't say it was angry or yeah, I wouldn't say angry. I would just say intensity. It grew in intensity. But I mean aside from everything, it's like as an art space, like how much of a pussy do you have to be to like not be willing to show that?
yeah, it seems like there is justice being done for her. Like people are trying to get the work back into the space.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't know if I could respect the institution after their take backsies.
Yeah. What are the book titles translated? I don't know. I'm gonna assume the let's see. Let me go back to the books. Actually, I'm gonna see. Were they not in English? This is in English, right? Yeah, this is all in English.
Mm-hmm.
maybe they're bad. What do you mean maybe they're bad?
I think they mean like the book titles. Maybe they're like not great book title. You know, I think it was the gist of what Smiley was getting at. But
What do you mean? I still don't. You mean these? This is just documentation of the space, and like these are probably like research books that the artist used for inspiration,
it all just looks like
and
names.
it's like this is like research.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do I think maybe there's like offensive language in the book? It's a fictional narrative, you know? It's like yeah, there may be drawing parallels between what's going on in Gaza, which is good, right? But ultimately it's like yeah, I mean
I
that's
just don't know
beside
why they
I
don't
mean
want
that's
to.
besides the point, right? It's like it's not whether it's like it's good or bad. I mean, I think inherently, I mean, I think objectively speaking, it's a good work, right? And the fact that it does draw parallels to what's happening in Gaza and um you know and what Israel's doing to Gaza, I think those parallels that it's drawing are good things, right? That's
Mhm.
besides the point,
They're preventing a conversation
right?
and then
Well,
saying weird stuff about free speech and making people uncomfortable.
right. It's like yeah,
But
but
you're
you're
censoring
silence,
her,
and then
so
again, yeah,
you don't
you're
get to talk
silencing and
about free
censoring her
speech.
speech, right?
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be like like any of these other like arts institutions, you're supposed to be some like you're supposed to be like an image, you're supposed to present a front or an image of like this progressive kind of artistic liberal institution, who's like who 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 champions like counterculture, imperial forces, you know who want
Yeah.
like who champions like in giving voices to those who are minimized and um what you call it, like
Marginalized.
marginalized communities, right? And then you do this, you do the opposite, like you do the
Yeah, I
opposite
think
of
it's
what
all a bunch of bullshit.
you
That's
do the
really
opposite of what
frustrating.
yeah, it is a bunch of bullshit. It's politics.
It's
it's
so
it,
stupid.
it, it's liberal politics.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking too deep, but does it have to be read in the dark because there's no power in Gaza? No, I mean that's what I was saying earlier. Like I think like yeah, it like the piece being in the dark. That's just a logistical thing, um, because like the videos are probably being shown on projector, and when you have the lights on, the image quality on projector kind of sucks, right? Like if you want to see like nice, clear, detailed images like from projector, you have to have the lights off, like a movie theater. So I don't think. Yeah, I think maybe you are thinking too deep, Smiley. Um, and they had like the light. They had the light. They had the flashlight headgear so they can read the books while they can watch the movie. I mean you're thinking too deep and you're not thinking too deep. Like because I think that's an interesting read. That's a very interesting and good read of it. Um, when you're drawing, when you're like, because you're actively drawing, trying to draw parallels between like the performance and then like what happens during a genocide, what happens during um, like an all-out invasion on your homeland, and what like the destruction of your homeland. Um, when you lose, when you like when all sorts of um, you know functionality of services um, are erased, like no water, no power, no food. So I think that is like so I think that is a good read, and that's a good read into it. But I also think I think from the I think that might have been an afterthought for them. I think for the most part, I think it's kind of like a logistics thing. Like you kind of need a dark space to see the video. The art piece is the whole experience. I mean, that is true, right? Like I mean, at the end of the day, you do want to consider everything that is happening around you within the art piece, especially an installation like that.
Yeah, I
Because
think a common question is, you know, whether certain aspects of a piece were intentional. And it's good to have questions like that when you're looking at something for sure.
I want to see if this is any. Oh, okay. So we get to see a little bit more of the space. So this is like, okay, this is cool. So we get to see a little bit more of like what the space actually looks like. This is okay. This is nice. This is a nice little detail. It's dark because it's film. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now like I mean, if we're gonna try to like now that we're like now that we're trying to like interpret like things happening within the space, like sitting in a dark space and like what does that represent? Using like these headlamps and what those represent. Um, I mean, now you see like how these people are sitting within the space. Like there's some people sitting in chairs, some people sitting in these mats on the floor. So it's like if I'm gonna start trying to like unpack things, um, especially after like what Smiley was saying when how he's interpreting the darkness and the lamps. So now I'm thinking, okay, this kind of starts feeling like a refugee camp, right? Where some people are going to be able to be sitting on chairs, some people are not. Some people are going to be on the ground, right? And it's like kind of, and it's not, and the way they're seated, the way the seating is placed, is like it's non-linear, right? It's not planned. It's supposed to feel like happenstance, like in the moment. And I guess like you have these people like you have these people creating these like audio experiences like live. So that's also something that I think is used to create some more like greater immersion into the piece.
I like that aspect of it. I think that's super cool.
So I mean, like what I was saying before, it's definitely like a multi-sensory experience, and you have to,
Mm-hmm.
and like you have to account for every single thing, like um, every aspect of of that kind of performance, and like what are these things doing? What do these things mean? Like all together, like and what are like all these things together? What are they making me feel? What is like how's my body reacting to the space? Um, How am I mentally reacting to the space? Um, you know, whether it's visual, audio, um, proximity to other people, proximity to the sounds, because you could be sitting closer to like the musicians, or you could be sitting farther from the musicians. Um, like I guess those all of those things like kind of like go hand in hand, and then also like your experience is going to be different depending on where you're placed within that space. Oh, it's too bad.
Yeah, they fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's fucked up. But she still ended up showing, just in a different space around this
Yeah.
around the planned exhibition time or date. She was lucky enough to get in at like to find another space to do it in,
Hmm.
um, which is
I'm
great.
glad that the CBA staff are uh, kind of challenging their management to, you know.
Oh right, I guess it says it right here, right? There are at least 175 artists, visitors, donors, former employees, and interns. Um, and teachers affiliated with the org are petitioning its leadership to reinvite the artists to present the installation. February 11th, unionized CBA staff, sick, they're unionized, also realized a statement calling on management to provide more information and clarification on the nonprofit's free speech policies. Yeah, because it's bullshit.
Hmm. Yeah, they did her dirty, I
I'm
think.
pretty sure the film is silent and the only sound is instruments and noise people make in the room, crumpling paper, music, etc. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, mm, you're probably right. But yeah, I mean, I think it's good that these stories are publicized so that there's more public awareness around like um, these kinds of issues, and that there's more public awareness that these kinds of issues are happening in these so-called like so-called progressive spaces. Sorry, sorry, I have an analytical brain and always try to figure out how things work. No, that's good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually really good. Cause cause I mean, Smiley, complete opposite of that is like the complete opposite of that is basically a flat earther, right? I mean, they think they're being analytical, but all they're doing is watching YouTube videos of other dumbasses who don't know physics. you know, who are just like, look, I'm looking out the window of a damn airplane, and it's everything looks flat. Okay, let's finally just move on to the next story. Let's see, how many do I have left? One, two. Oh, this is actually not protest. This is actually like some nice news. Palestinian Museum in the West Bank reopens after months of closure, which is crazy considering like um there's even the West Bank. The West Bank is experiencing violence from Israelis, from the Israeli occupation as well. Like they're not the West Bank is not free of violence either. So even this is like pretty astounding to me. Very cool also, in like in spite of everything that's happening. And okay, so like three, I don't know, maybe get to the good news last if we have time. But okay, artists alter their work. So these are like different spaces, different types of action, and this butthole over here. What?
I like the word butthole. I think
What
it's funny.
does nobody use butthole anymore?
I do.
Yeah, I think it's a good insult.
Hmm.
I like it better than asshole because it sounds I don't know, it sounds dirtier.
Yeah, it does. There's the. I get it.
Okay. So another hyperallergic article. Hyperallergic's been on a tear. Like they've been doing good work with like um coverage. Artists alter their work protesting San Francisco institutions silence on Gaza. Two of the artists in the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts Triennial alleged that they were asked not to advocate for Palestine in their artwork in supporting context. I mean, supporting text. I mean, like we were talking about people on boards. You can probably guess who's on like what kind of people on like the board of trustees on at this institution. Although I've never heard of like this is probably a smaller institution because I've never. Also I'm also not from the Bay Area, but I've never heard of the Yerba Buena Center.
Me neither.
But apparently they have a triennial, which is like basically like a big art show every 3 years.
Mm.
Oh, speaking of art shows, Freeze LA is going on right now, which is
Oh,
I mean you've heard of Freeze LA, right? Which it's not an
yeah.
art show. I mean it's an art fair. The difference between an art show. It's more of like a smorgasbord of like galleries in one space.
Yeah, freeze is cool.
It's all right. When I think about it, it's not that cool. Like it's cool. It's cool if you want to see like a bunch of fucking art. Um, but it's not cool if you want to understand the art you're looking at because it's basically just a hodgepodge of like work that like a hodgepodge of work from artists that these each gallery represents, and it's more like they're trying to sell work more than anything. So if you're
Sure.
if you're trying to like understand like an artist and their work like in these spaces, you're not going to really be able to do that. And if you're trying to like if you're trying to like make sense of the what like why did this gallery like install the work, or why are all these like works like in this one gallery space, like why are they together, there probably isn't really any real reason outside of like they're probably signature works of that artist. um and the gallery wants to showcase that at the fair. like like you're not supposed to like try like with this image for example, you're not supposed to try to draw meaning or like how is this in conversation with this work from two different artists, right? Like you're not necessarily supposed to have those kind of thoughts.
Yeah,
That's not
I hear you.
that's my opinion of an art fair.
I just think it's good to get out and look at new things sometimes.
Oh no, yeah, it's like if you just want to go out and just see art and be able to go see art in one giant ass space where all these galleries are going to be in, especially in LA, like because all of these are like LA like a lot of the galleries here at Freeze are going to be LA galleries. And you know how LA is. Like the galleries are not all centered in like one single area in LA. Like they're all in like many pockets. And LA is not the easiest place to get around, and
Yeah.
you know, like I mean like geographically geographically like the galleries are not that far from each other. Like they could be like maybe 2-3 miles away from each other, but it'll still take you a half an hour to get from place to place.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's the one that sucks about LA. But at least LA has a lot of galleries, and you know it's a good place. Like it's a good place to be if you want to see like what is on trend, who's up and coming, you know, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like it's either LA or New York, right?
Yeah.
Um, like both are kind of like the the two epicenters of the art world in the U.S. So I mean, yeah, Freeze is good for that reason. Like if you just it gives you access to like most or a lot, if not most, of the galleries in LA within one like giant aircraft hangar in Santa Monica. But I think if you actually want to see how like an artist works, supposed to be kind of supposedly experienced, you have to go to like a solo show at the gallery, whenever they have one.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Like I don't even like group shows all that much because sometimes group shows aren't curated that well,
Mm-hmm.
and like nothing like yeah, and nothing ends up making any sense. Like why does this work here with this work? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, okay. Let's get back to the news. 8 artists altered their own artwork on display at the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts during a pro-Palestinian demonstration yesterday evening, February 15th. Two of the artists alleged that the San Francisco Arts Center had prevented them from advocating for Palestine through their artwork and supporting text in the Bay Area Now 9 triennial exhibition, prompting the group to come together and co-organize the intervention, which they called Love Letter to Gaza. At around 6:40 p.m. local time, midway through the center's Love Letter to Soma public event, artists Paz G, Tracy Ren, Jeffrey Chung, Layla Weaver, Shola Asgri, Champoy, Lucaza Brampman Verissimo, and Courtney Desiree Morris altered their works with fake blood as well as spray painted slogans, banners, and posters that read Free Palestine, Ceasefire Now, and an instruction on both the YBCA and the US government to stop funding genocide. So so they this is interesting. Like they basically defaced their own works.
Yeah.
That's very interesting for an artist to do.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but along with the theme of the other articles that we've been looking at, like they seems like the institution was trying to silence them.
Yeah, yeah, it's on theme. But also it's I mean I find it really that's pretty daring for an artist to do to their own work, right? They're basically defacing their own work.
Mm-hmm.
Um like and like, and you're by doing that you consciously you're consciously turning the work into something that potentially a Zionist may not want to buy. So you're like limiting your sales opportunities for that work,
Yeah.
which is fine, which is admirable, which is like which is like I mean morally you're taking the moral high ground.
Yes.
And I think a lot of you're doing something a lot of artists wouldn't do, right? In an email to Hyperallergic, Rand explained that other members from various activism groups, such as the Jewish Voice for Peace, Bay Area. Jewish Voice for Peace, by the way, has like they've been accused by they've been accused they've been accused of being anti-Semitic. I forgot by who. Yeah.
Oh.
They're anti-Zionist and they're pro-Palestinian. But yeah, this is how crazy Zionism is, and how it tries to weaponize anti-Semitism, where it will where it will label other Jewish people as being anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the nature of fascism as well, right? Once you're
Mm-hmm.
done attacking the out group, you start attacking within, because there always has to be someone to blame. And once you run out of people for that, once you run out of an out group to blame, you start looking within. Bay Area Writers Against the War in Gaza, Palestinian Youth Movement have participated in the action by dropping flyers outlining the artist's demands from the center gallery's upper balcony. Among the demands was a call for an end to YBCA's censorship of artists. A public statement from JVP's Bay Area's Instagram account alleged that the center would not approve Chung's design proposal for an outdoor mural commission because it deliberately included the colors of the Palestinian flag, and the Branfman Verissimo and that Branfman Verissimo was not allowed to include the line "Free Palestine" in their marquee statement signed for the exhibition. Let's take a look at this. Bay Area artists alter their work protesting anti-Palestinian censorship.
Too. Your homes have been bulldozed. Your moms and dads have been killed. Your sons and daughters have been killed. Your lives have been upside down. You cannot cross town. You cannot go to work. You cannot go to the market without going through all kinds of military checkpoints. And maybe you'll make it to the market and maybe you won't. And they'll take you and throw you in jail, and then you might see them again and you might not. Little kids being thrown in prison for nothing. And maybe the parents will see their kids again, and maybe they won't. And this is going on every day.
That's pretty dope.
If you were a Palestinian, I get
Awesome.
Like, she covered that whole piece.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, I mean, yeah, it's just an object, but that still takes some balls to do. I mean, that's an art object that you like put your like your heart and time into making,
Mm-hmm.
and to be willing to like what's the word, intervene in that work like that in that way. I don't know. I mean, I find that courageous, even though it's it's not like I don't know. There's still something courageous about it that I find.
Yeah, I definitely. I feel the same.
Okay, did I read this yet? No. In response to Hyperallergic's request for comment, Sarah Fensky Bahat, YBCA's chief executive officer, said that Chung had submitted an updated design incorporating the colors of the Palestinian flag after the deadline. Per Fensky Bahat, Chung was told that the deadline was in place so that the center could manage all these considerations, including the involvement and approval of city entities, neighboring partners, and funders. Ultimately, however, Chung was allowed to add the flag's colors to his design, Fensky Bahat said. Fensky Bahat also stated that Branfman Verissimo had submitted a poetic text that curators wanted to quote on a marquee outside the center. When artists asked to add the line "Free Palestine" to the board along with the excerpt, the YBCA declined. Neither Chung nor Branfman Verissimo immediately responded to Hyperallergic's inquiries. During the action, organizers also called on YBCA to remove all Zionist board members and funders. Okay, I didn't look into the board members in this organization, but um, no surprise, right? They've got Zionist board members and funders, specifically citing the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation and the Court Foundation to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, to commit to incorporating Palestinian Arab artists and programming, and to respect the agency of the artists who exhibit at the center. And like we've been saying before too, it's because these people who are on the board and who fund the museums, those that is why like the administration, the staff, I mean not the staff, but the administration tried to censor them, right? It may not be it may not be the admins who don't want this, but it's who they have to answer to, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you gotta do that. Like, these are the people who like they gotta ask money from to keep the doors open. In
Yeah, it's
recent
gotta be a
years,
tough place to be in.
yeah, I mean, because most of these institutions, most of them are probably like very cheap or they're free to get in. So,
Mhm.
like, the money to operate them has to come from somewhere. And like board members and funders, they're willing to do this because like it's a nice tax write off, and it helps to art wash their image. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very good optics. I mean, this isn't good optics.
No. Well,
But
I'm glad that people are like whistleblowing about all these institutions, though. I think that's important.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree.
Yeah, this is good. Good stuff that's happening.
Yeah. I don't know, and that's I mean that's also I guess that's another reason why I wanted to cover these on stream because I wanted to be able to like actually like further that um um even though we only have like 5 viewers, which is better than like no viewers, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
like I wanted to get like this information, like I wanted to spread this information out as well, right? As much as I could on stream.
Yeah.
It's just another information outlet that I feel like that's like not utilized. So I figured I might as well like I should just cover this stuff because no one else is covering it on Twitch. Actually, I think this is the same. Oh, okay. This is the same. This is the same event, except it was covered by KQED, which is I love KQED. You've heard of KQED, right?
I don't think so.
Well, KCET, right?
Yeah.
Like, because she's like this is the NorCal version of KCET.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they show like a lot of the same stuff, same programming. Like I remember when I was a kid, like KCET was like on channel 28. I don't know.
I don't
Did
know
you
what
ever
you're
watch Did
talking
you ever
about.
watch regular
No.
TV? Like regular
Mhm.
TV with no cable? I grew up with no
Yeah.
cable. So like channel 28 was like all the educational programming. Like Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, Reading Rainbow, um, all the nature shows like Wild America. Huell Hauser was on there.
Mhm.
That was channel 28 and that was KCET. Um, but then also KQ there you could also like if you had a good enough antenna, you could get KQED too. KQED was channel 58. But yeah, this is basically another article about what we just covered. I forgot. So I mean we don't have to go through this article. Sorry KQED. I love you, but we got to move on. How are you on time? It's 11:18 for me right now, so it's like 12:18 for you.
There is.
Yeah. In terms of like pro-Palestine news and in art, I think this is our last butthole to cover.
Okay.
So, um, I don't want to keep you up all night, so we can do the AI stuff another night
Yeah.
if you
We can do
want.
it soon. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah, we.
definitely I do have work in the morning, so
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're free and when like, I mean, I mean, I can cover it on my own, but I think it's a fun. I think it's a fun one. It's a fun one to do with
it is.
two
I
people.
definitely want to participate.
Okay. Okay, awesome. I'm glad you're having fun with it because I wasn't really sure if like you'd have fun with this or not. And
No, it's cool.
it's cool
It's
when
more
people
casual
jump.
than I built it up to be in my brain, you know?
Yeah, it's totally casual, and that's what I wanted this to be. Like I didn't want it to feel like art school. I mean, I wanted the content to be like I wanted art school type content, but I wanted the environment to feel not
Yeah,
like
with the
art school.
classes that we loved.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I wanted to feel like the classes that we loved and enjoyed. But but there are no stakes involved. Like there's no grade involved, you know. And then we can and then we can go off on tangents and whatever for as long as we want because there's like the periods don't end. You know what I mean? Like it
Yeah.
ends when I say it ends, basically. So that, I mean that's the cool thing. Sorry, Smiley, did you have Fred Penner or Mr. Dressup? They were Canadian shows, I think. I've never heard of Fred Penner. Mr. Dressup?
Yeah, I haven't heard of those either.
I've never heard of those either. I think those are strictly Canadian. And guest audio for entire what? And guest are you talking shit?
Yeah, for next time.
Whatever. They're kid shows in the 80s and 90s. Like were they kids shows like that were shown on like public broadcasting? Because like KQED and KCET, like they were the public broadcasting channels basically. Like they didn't show like regular cartoons like for they didn't show like the dummy cartoons like He-Man and you know Transformers stuff like that. It was all like educational stuff. Although I do think they used to show Arthur on KCET.
I used to love Arthur. All right, so tell me about this turd burglar over here, Scott Lawrence.
Collector departs art orgs boards after allegedly urging violence against pro-Palestinian protesters. How disgusting is that?
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah. Another six head. Tell ya, don't trust a hairline like that. Don't trust anybody with a hairline like that. Like, if they're in denial of their hairline, they're going to be in denial of genocide.
Well, yeah, I think it's a combination of the hairline and being ultra rich.
I mean, if you're ultra rich, you should just go to Turkey and just get a hair transplant.
But maybe that's part of the red flag, is that they won't do stuff like that.
I guess.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Whatever. I shouldn't be.
uh,
I shouldn't be bashing the follically challenged.
maybe not.
Starting to feel bad. Okay, collector Scott Lawrence has left the boards of two art orgs after he was accused of urging drivers to hit pro-Palestine protesters with their cars. Jesus. he's just like
on blast on Instagram.
the allegations were made public on Instagram by the account Decentralized Culture. The account told Hyperallergic, which first reported the news on Tuesday, that Lorinsky had told multiple vehicles to ram through the crowd of protesters during a New York protest on January 27th. This is like no different than white nationalists during BLM during the BLM
Yeah.
protest. Remember,
Mhm.
there were a few racist Nazi guys who ran over protesters in their cars with their
Yeah, I
cars,
remember that.
and um I think one notable one. I forgot her name, but she died too. BLM protester guys from car crash. Oh Jesus! List of vehicle ramming incidents during George Floyd protest.
Jeez Louise.
I know, I wasn't expecting this much.
I feel like one of the late night comedians showed this list on the show
Really?
somewhat recently. This looks very familiar to me.
I also don't like most of the late night comedians either. A car drove through protesters on Main, blah blah blah. 50 drove. Car drove. Summer Taylor. Was it Summer Taylor? I don't remember. I don't. That name doesn't ring a bell. Protest or riots? Well, it depends what news outlet reports on it, right? Most conservative outlets, they're going to paint all protests as riots, especially when they're protested by black people. Liberal outlets like MSNBC, CNN, they're going to use more ambiguous language. Like they're going to try to they're going to try to like skirt the ambiguity line. When buildings are burning, it's not a protest though. It can still be a protest even though I still think it can still be a protest even though buildings are burned. I mean, and even if it does become a riot, um, I don't think that riots are unjustified, considering depending on what happened, like to spur on those protests that may become a riot, right? Like maybe an unjustified riot, like a riot that may be unjustified, maybe I don't know. Let's say like your favorite sports ball team loses, like maybe in Phil, like let's use Philadelphia fans for example. Like the Philadelphia Eagles lose to the Super Bowl, and Philadelphia fans riot in the streets. I would say that's an unjustifiable reason to riot, right? But if black bodies are being killed um, consistently and brutally by police officers, um, I would say that's justifiable reason to riot. I'm not sure if burning public damage is ever justified. I mean, that is that is a topic that's always that's always a topic of contention between I don't know, debate lords. And Smiley, I'm not about to debate you on the subject matter. Um, I'm not a master debater.
Mhm.
Um, so it's like, yeah, it's not like that's not my wheelhouse. So like, I'm not gonna try to convince you that it's wrong or that it's right. I'm just saying, like, um, it's not like even if things do escalate to a riot, I think there are times where it can be justifiable. Um, what the violence that occurs during a riot, um, on people, like on innocent people, I don't like. I'm not saying that's right, but the emotions, um, the emotions that people are like feeling and going through, and who are unable to maybe physically cope in the right ways, and end up like starting riots. Mm, you know, it's not like they don't have a good reason to be mad. We had a peaceful protest in Canada, and our prime minister declared a national emergency for those who see us. And when it was investigated, it was illegal. Yeah, that's Justin Trudeau. Yeah. I would say that's some that's some government overreach right now, right there. And many people would say that's maybe many people would argue that that's an act of fascism. Invoking the Emergencies Act was illegal. He's in tight with China, admires their dictatorship. It China's another conversation to be had for another stream. Yeah, I mean, yeah, China's not great either. Actually, I mean, no world power is good. I'll just say that no world power is good. But yeah, I do envy. The only thing I do envy out of China is their public transit, though. God damn it! I wasn't expecting this list to be so long.
Yeah, it's kind of
Let me
sad.
see. What's Yeah, I know it is sad. I don't remember. It'd be easier if I remember what state it was in, but I don't remember which state it was in.
Mm.
It was it was not in the West Coast, that's for sure. Louisville? No. No, no, Seattle? Okay, I mean, okay, there's been multiple people who've been killed,
Mhm.
which is horrible.
Yeah, and we have a scumbag now who's
Yeah.
encouraging it.
Yeah. Right.
That's nuts.
It is nuts, but I mean, it's nuts, but it's also not surprising.
Yeah.
Because you have ultra reactionary people in media who encourage violence, whether it's on Twitter or whether it's on straight up on Fox News. Okay, where was I? Ba-ba-ba-bum. Allegations were made public on Instagram. I think I read this one already. Yeah, near protest. 2020. Yeah, I read that part already. Hyperallergic reported that Lewinsky has since departed They part of the boards of the Center for Curatorial Studies at Bard College. Oh shit, he was on the board of Bard. Ugh. It's a good school too. And Visual AIDS, a nonprofit focused on the ongoing impact of AIDS on the arts community. At CCS Bard, Lewinsky had underwritten an alumni award that doles out $10,000 to a past participant in the program. 10 grand, that's it. The award was just launched last year. In light of the recent allegations, Scott Lewinsky has stepped down from the board of CCS Bard. A CCS Bard spokesperson said in the statement, CCS Bard thanks Scott for his support over the years. A visual aid spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment. Per Hyperallergic, Lewinsky had joined the CCS Bard board in 2018 and Visual Aids board in 2022. He is currently a managing director at Napier Park Global Capital, a New York-based asset management firm. Yeah. Great. According to ArtNet News, as of mid-2023, Lewinsky had amassed a collection of 800 works. God damn. An attempt to reach Lewinsky through a spokesperson for Napier Park was not immediately successful. Yeah, so, typical. I mean, typical of what we've been covering all night. Another ultra wealthy capitalist, right? On the board of, you know, what anyone would see as progressive kind of like progressive centers of education, right?
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, he does this kind of shit. Encourages people to ram their cars into pro-Palestinian protesters, right? And let's just say, I mean, and let's like, and I guess let's put this in perspective. We're not talking about BLM protest. We're just strictly talking about pro-Palestinian protests. As far as I've seen of coverage, there has not been one pro-Palestinian protest that has been violent and part of the protesters, and also not one protest that has been labeled as a riot. Why? Smiley, what do you mean alleged? Huh? What do you mean? I'm serious. Like there's not been. Oh, you mean him allegedly? Well, even this headline is misleading because there's proof, right? He posted on freaking Instagram. You're not saying he didn't? Yeah, I know. I mean, I understand. But I'm just saying, even like this headline, this is not a good headline.
It's not, it's too ambiguous. Like, it's not it seems like speculation too,
Yeah.
It's just like a ass saving title.
Right, like, does Art News get money from him too, or what? You know what I mean? Right, he posted it on Instagram, didn't he?
I think the article just says that the allegations were made public.
Made public on Instagram by
On
account.
Instagram.
The account, blah, 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 which first reported the news on Tuesday that Lewinsky had told multiple vehicles ran through clouds during New York protests on January 27th. Okay, so maybe okay. Oh, maybe it is right, allegedly, but if it's so allegedly, why would he be? Why would he? Why would he be willing to step down from these institutions? Right? If he was so innocent, he wouldn't have. There wouldn't have been a need for him to step down. Yeah, I don't know. If anything, it saves face for these institutions for him stepping down.
Yeah. Which I feel like that happens, you know.
Yeah, it does happen. But if he was so innocent, I still wouldn't see any real need for him to step down. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still gonna err on the side that he's an asshole. Well, butthole.
Yeah.
Yeah, butthole Zionist who encouraged violence against like innocent people. Yeah, I didn't Google him. Let's do a quick Google on this butthole.
Mm. Yeah, that Instagram account, Decentralized Culture. They
Oh, Hyperallergics got another article.
yeah, they made a post saying
Oh,
that they'll
geez.
continue to
How come he
publicly
looks?
shame and
Why does he
resist.
look like? Why does he look like he gained like 700 pounds?
I don't know.
Right? What the hell?
Yeah, it's yeah.
It's like two totally different people.
How much more
That vest is holding a lot.
old or recent, which
Oh,
article is
oh,
more recent?
oh. I think the articles are both recent, but this picture might be really old. this it doesn't. There's no date on this image. If Seb says something as free speech and then someone else's interpretation is he told me to hit people with my car, is he guilty? It's a hypothetical question. I am not on anyone's side. I mean, yeah, it's free speech to. I mean, I guess it is. It's free. Yeah, you have free speech to tell somebody to hit somebody with their car, but um, should there not be should there not be consequences for encouraging violence against people? You know what I mean?
Well, I imagine that's where the pressure to step down
Yeah,
comes in.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, I know. I get your hypothetical question, and I guess that's my response. Can't afford to eat healthy since he was canceled. Yeah, right. No, the problem is he's eating too healthy. See, there's more details on this. Lights of recent allegations. Scotland's going to step down from the board of CCS. Scheme managing director, blah, blah, blah. Anonymous activism account called Decentralized Culture published 24-hour Instagram story photo. 24-hour Instagram story photo of a man who was allegedly on site during the pro-Palestinian demonstration in downtown Manhattan on Saturday. The account story alleged that the man, whom is identified as Lewinsky, told multiple vehicles to ram through the crowd of protesters. Hyperlogic was unable to independently confirm the claims. Though the story is no longer available, several users took screenshots and reposted them online, calling upon CCS barred visual. Okay. Is that him? Like, yeah, that hairline looks like him. That's the right. I mean, that's their hairline. Their hairline fits the bill. On Saturday, 27th, at the protest for Palestinian New York, the individual in this photograph told multiple vehicles to ram through a crowd of protesters. If it were not for the patience of the drivers, if the drivers were hostile, aggressive, or Zionist, this could have resulted in a deadly assault. The individual in this image has been identified as Scott Lerinsky. Lerinsky is a lawyer from the hedge fund Napier Park Global Capital for profession. By profession, Lerinsky sits on the board of blah blah blah. Someone who incites mass violence towards demonstrators be allowed to sit on the board of an organization about healthcare. An artwork Lerinsky publicized on social media depicts Islamophobic, derogatory imagery. An artwork Lerinsky publicized on social media depicts Islamophobic, derogatory imagery. Okay, so he must have. So he also posted some um Islamophobic propaganda, right? Visual propaganda. This reinforces Lewinsky's document dehumanizing bias that manifests in his calls for bodily harm toward protesters. Are these values that visual aids? Blah 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 blah. We demand accountability. I mean, whatever he posted, he probably deleted off his account, right? Off his social media a long time ago.
He's a scumbag, so I mean,
But yeah, I
think that's
mean, and when I look at this picture, it looks like those videos of those people who are about to like. It looks like those Karens.
yeah.
Like he's about to do something very Karen, very Karen-like.
What do they call the boy Karens?
Um, I don't know what is a boy Karen. What's a boy Karen? What's a male Karen?
I feel like I've heard the term Kevin.
Oh, it might.
But
Yeah,
I
it might be Kevin. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
right. Ken or Kevin? Oh, Richard. Okay, it says Richard is the most popular name, male equivalent because of its vulgar nickname. Oh, because Dick.
That's funny.
But then also Ken and Kevin are also names used.
I feel like I've met some shitty Richards before.
Yeah, probably.
uh,
Oh, there's shitty people with all kinds of names.
oh yeah, certainly.
But yeah, I want to see. I'm sure he probably deleted his accounts. I mean, not deleted his accounts, but I'm sure he deleted
The
his
image.
the image off his social media. What's his freaking name? Scott Lerinsky.
His account's private.
Ah, damn it! Do you think if I add him, he'll approve me?
Maybe this is not the right thing.
There's 0 posts on this thing.
Yeah. Followed by Keith Bodwee and Lucas Blaylock.
No way. No way. Really?
Wild.
It doesn't tell me that. Sebastian, no, it doesn't tell me that. Is that what it tells you?
Yeah.
That doesn't show for me. Really?
You don't get to see the, like mutual followers or, followed by people that you follow.
I see that there's not that people on this list for me.
Mm.
I follow Keith Bodwee.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Weird. Ew, that makes me feel dirty. Well, I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know Keith Bodwee, but I know someone who's good friends with Keith Bodwee. who we
Yeah,
all
me.
like very much. Ew. Well, does he have a Twitter? Twitter? Who the hell is Isabella Segalovich? This is probably not him. Please don't be a porn site. Okay. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, oh, what's this? Nope. This might be him. I don't know. It's hard to say. It I don't. It's probably not him. Huh. He's probably he probably just deleted all his accounts altogether
I would guess
because
so.
he's probably getting a lot. He's probably getting a lot of hate DMs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But yeah. Well, I mean, that was that butthole. Yeah. I don't want to talk about this butthole anymore. And on a lighter note, well, on a more positive note, we'll just end with this one. Palestinian Museum in West Bank reopens after months of closure. The institution debuted 3 separate exhibitions that together stand against the atrocities and systemic annihilation of Gaza. In an act of hope and defiance, the Palestinian Museum in Birzeit in the occupied West Bank has opened its doors again after an almost 4-month closure due to Israel's ongoing attacks on Gaza. 3 separate exhibitions that together stand against the atrocities and systemic annihilation of Gaza, according to a statement open to a crowd of 350 last Sunday, February 11th. A WhatsApp audio from displaced artist Mohammed al-Hawari, recorded from his tent in Gaza and originally intended as a video but foiled by a weak internet connection, was displayed on a screen that greeted visitors. "We are still alive," he said in it as he introduced the 7 artists from his erstwhile Eltika Art Gallery in the midst of background noise of the camp and the sound of Israeli drones. The museum, designed by Hennigan Pang Architects, has an organic extension of the land it celebrates. Opened in 2016, about 4.5 miles north of Ramallah, the de facto capital of the West Bank. At once a hub for Palestinian culture and a connector to the larger diaspora via global satellite galleries and an extensive online archive, the museum boasts spaces for exhibitions and performance as well as research and education, all set within nearly 10 acres of gardens. The main gallery, designed as a kind of loping trapezoid with variegated ceiling heights, hosts This Is Not an Exhibition, curated by Altika Art Gallery and Shababek Gallery in Gaza. Both venues were destroyed by recent Israeli bombing, showcasing over 280 artworks by more than 100 Gazan artists. The pieces, collected from across historic Palestine, offer a powerful and poignant sense of creative resistance in the face of horror. The museum's glass gallery features Disappeared, Gazan artist Taysir Barakat's solo exhibition, described as an examination of a world built on loss. His haunting depictions of life during wartime are augmented by his poignant poems. Third exhibition, Women of Gaza, an ethnographic display in the museum lobby, includes traditional jewelry and tobes. I don't know how to pronounce this. Tobes, dresses that narrate the stories of cities, towns, and villages through intricate folk art motifs. Palestinian embroidery was added to UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage List in 2021. And some of the symbols are said to date from Canaanite times. As so much of Gazan heritage has disappeared in recent months, the exhibition is a moving testament to the endurance of Gazan culture. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, like many of the historical sites in Gaza have been destroyed. Um, which is like, which is I don't know. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's gross.
Reached at her home in Ramallah, Obor Hashash, the programming manager at the Palestinian Museum, told Hyperallergic that Palestinians are losing our history, our dreams. Beyond the horror of the ongoing massacres, it was devastating for us in the West Bank to see the destruction of so much cultural heritage, historical places, art galleries, artifacts, stolen and looted, Hashash said. At a time when Hashash added, Gazan art is being used as firewood by families desperate to stay warm in the winter cold. The exhibition serves as a reminder that we're still here and the artworks are still here. With this in mind, she noted that the exhibition will continue for several months, even after the war ends. This is not an exhibition featuring mixed media work by Gazan artists from the 1970s to the present on loan from private Palestinian collectors and galleries. Is conceived as a collective work. In a darkened gallery designed as a kind of shrine to Gaza, four 23-foot high walls painted indigo and featuring a collage of paintings separated by a bridge of video works on both sides acts as a single installation. The walls are embedded with social media messages about Gaza, and the sound of Israeli drones plays in the continuous audio loop. As a large screen video piece by Sharif Sarhan, it juxtaposes mediatized images of the war in Gaza. I wish there were more images of this.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I love that they were able to get something like that together.
I mean, considering the circumstances,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because like even the West Bank isn't safe from violence.
Yeah.
News. Occupy West Bank. Today's latest. So yeah, even the West Bank, like they're not like it's not being destroyed. I mean, the main reason why it's not being destroyed is because because like there are Israeli settlers that live in the West Bank as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these settler violence, Israel's ethnic cleansing plan for the West Bank. Like these settlers, they're allowed to like they're allowed like many kind of liberties. Um, like they're allowed to carry weapons. They're allowed to carry um they're allowed to carry and own like assault rifles.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not uncommon for Israeli settlers to act out or commit acts of violence towards Palestinians living in the West Bank. Um, I think there's also accounts of Israeli settlers basically stealing land, stealing homes from Palestinians who like living in the West Bank. Like they can just claim their rights onto someone's home.
Yikes.
I think this is what it's called. Settlement enterprise, unlawful in its entirety. No. I guess this is just no settlements in general. I mean, they shouldn't even be allowed to settle there. But it's like the easiest way for me to like explain it is like they're claiming like in American terms, what is it? Manifest destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Like right, it's like I'm given this land by by God.
Yeah. Divine intervention or
Yeah,
whatever.
something like that. Like a manifest destiny. Manifest Destiny was the idea that white Americans were divinely ordained to settle the entire continent of North America. Yeah, it's basically Manifest Destiny, but in Israel, right?
Mhm.
Because they're claiming it as their own ancestral land, you know, anointed by God.
Yeah.
Okay, did you say you have to work tomorrow in the morning?
I do.
Okay. Let's just finish this up. Okay, we're done basically. I don't want to keep you on any longer. It's bad. It's like what,
Well,
1 a.m.? Is it 1 a.m. for you now?
yeah, it's about 1 a.m. now.
And you gotta what, get up at 5 a.m. or some shit?
No, not that bad. I go in at 9.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not
okay.
horrible.
Because I thought you get up really early because like you do like a lot of the baking for them.
I do bake, but I kind of make my own schedule.
Oh.
It doesn't have to be done that same day, if that makes sense. We're baking constantly,
Oh, okay.
so we're not like out of stuff, I'm more restocking stuff.
Right. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking about like what donut shops do. Like they get up all hella
Yeah,
early and
it's not that
prep
intense.
everything like in the middle of the night. And like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's ironic that such a holy place has so much violence. I mean, yeah, it's ironic, but it's kind of also I don't know. It's pretty typical, right?
Yeah, I feel like religion uh, and violence go hand in hand.
And I don't think it's I mean, it's I don't think it's religion itself. It's how people weaponize religion, right?
Yeah, but I guess that's what I mean. It's a misuse or a justification
Yeah.
for violence a lot of times.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which religion it is. I mean, they're
Yeah,
all I
historically,
mean,
haven't most wars been over some type of religious cause?
religious conflict or like conflict of religious ideology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whack. I mean, they're all like, they're all derivative of the same religion anyway. They all worship the same god.
Mm-hmm.
But it's disgusting. It's like they weaponize it. And I think it's like they weaponize it for profit. I mean, a lot of it has to do with profit, I think. Works by Okay, let's just finish the article and I'll let you go, okay? Works by Matar Hazeb Harb with lesser known artists and four recent martyrs Muhammad Sami Karika, Shad Nafez Saudi. I'm probably butchering all these names. Fuad Abu Kamash and Hiba Zagut, who was killed by an Israeli airstrike on October 13th. According to Hashash, a West Bank collector, had traveled to Gaza and purchased her works just a week before her death. He brought them to the opening as a gift to the museum. I consider art a message that I deliver to the outside world through my expression of the Palestinian cause and Palestinian identity. Zagu said in a YouTube video about her work. As communication with artists in Gaza continues to be difficult, the museum, said Hashash, will issue an open call next week to collectors of Gazan art across the West Bank with the aim of adding more works to the show, at once a group exhibition and a singular voice of solidarity. Yeah, I think it's pretty fucking amazing in spite of everything.
Yeah. I love that it's going on.
Yeah. And I hope nothing bad happens to this space.
Me too.
Like, no settler violence on that space. Sick. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
But yeah, well, I mean, we covered a lot,
We did.
right? We covered a whole lot. And I don't know, it was a good time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cause
we'll
I mean,
do it again.
considering that I left you on mute for like about an hour and a half.
I thought it was hilarious.
So it just sounded like I was. I guess it just sounded like I was talking to an empty chat, like an insane
Your
person.
pretend art school friend.
Yeah, my pretend art school friend.
Mhm.
But lo and behold, you're real because I unmuted my Discord audio.
Yeah.
I forget to do that all the time because like I have a lot of my windows, like my apps, like I have their audio channels split so I can turn them off individually. Right. So like I have my mic input like split, audio split. I have like I have like the video game like audio channel split so I can turn them all off or on individually. But a lot of times I end up a lot of times oh, next time you could bump her volume up. Ah, why didn't you say earlier, Smiley?
Didn't want to rub salt in the
Dude,
wound.
I guess.
Well, I'm glad we ended on a happy note.
Yeah, me too. Actually, you know what? I can't raise your volume up. Do I have to do that in Discord? Because I can't do it in my OBS. My OBS is my streaming software. It's just a bit quieter than me. So I wonder if it's something I have to do in Discord. How do I raise your volume in Discord? This is the first time I've ever done a Discord call, so I don't know how to raise your volume up.
I don't know.
Right clicker in the call. Right clicker. Oh, user volume. Oh, okay.
Fancy.
Yeah, I know. Fancy. Okay, I raised you up like a bit, like an extra 40%. Maybe that's too much. Maybe just like 25%. It's probably good enough. All right, sick. Thanks, Smiley. Smiley and Lily the Chaos God. You guys both came in clutch.
Guardian angels.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not just a useless group member after all. Yeah, Annie, Smiley's like he's like in my he's in my role play. He's one of the people in like my group in like role play.
Okay.
So yeah, he plays a character that's in my group. Yeah, it's an inside joke. It's an inside joke that he doesn't contribute anything. I mean, I know Smiley, I know CJ. CJ's his character. CJ contributes. It's just like he's investing a lot of his time into something that is not profitable right now, but I know it's going to be eventually. Like he makes the least amount of money out of everyone. And so yeah, the inside joke is that he's not contributing to like, into the group. I don't know. I hope might be serious about it though. Hopes the other person we roleplay with. We sold a bunch of moonshine for 6K last night. Damn, that's a lot. That's some good money right there. Nice. Now you just got to get the money cleaned, which is an ordeal, right? And it's like selling moonshine's illegal, obviously. So when you sell it, you don't get like clean money. Like you get dirty cash, and so you can't just deposit that into the bank because it's dirty money. So you have to like go through like these like various different steps. It's like very circuitous like way of doing things like to get the money cleaned and to be able to actually have it like depositable and usable in your bank account. Like Smiley explained it to me in character. It's like you get the dirty money, you wash it like in a washing machine, and then you gotta get like money orders, and you gotta like I guess deposit the money orders at like different ATMs across the city, some shit like that. It's a whole process, which is like it doesn't interest me in doing. It like makes me not want. It makes me not want to do crime. Because like every criminal venture, like every money that you get from it is it's dirty and you have to wash it. And it's like I don't want to wash all this money. I don't want to go through all these steps to wash this damn money. But I don't know. It is what it is. They make it hard to make money, like in general. Even like legit civilian jobs, they just make it hard to make money because like they want it. I think like I think the goal of like the server owners is to make things very slow and kind of realistic in terms of like how you grow wealth. Like they don't want people to be able to grow wealth too easily. And like therefore they want you to like more or less focus on your interactions rather than focusing on gaining wealth. I think that's why they're doing it that way. But a lot of people have quit the server because like they feel like all they're doing is just grinding and grinding and grinding for money. Whereas maybe they're really not supposed to be grinding for money. Maybe it's just grinding a little bit and then, you know, and then just the rest of the time making experiences. Like in other ways. You know, meeting people, talking to people. Other types of role play experiences. But yeah, I mean like Smiley's character, which is like I like the one thing I envy about his character right now is like it feels like he's been getting the most variety of role play out of everyone in the group. I feel like he's meeting more people than my character has been, and like I feel like he's been getting more like yeah, he's been getting a greater variety of role play compared to my character. Like I feel like my character's kind of been stuck doing my Amazon delivery job, and I'm not getting too much free time like meeting new people. Chong knows more people. He knows more people, but he doesn't fucking remember any of these people that he meets. For whatever reason, they remember him, but he can't fucking remember any of these people that know him. Lorenzo was a weird random encounter. Yeah, like Lorenzo, like the name sounds sort of familiar, but I don't remember how I met him. Or like the girl that he was with, and she somehow, I guess, she knows Chong as well. I think they both met Chong at the same time, and I'm assuming they met. The only way I know. Oh, you gotta go. Okay, sorry. We're keeping you up with RP talk, with roleplay talk. But yeah, all right.
Glad you enjoy yourself, Mr. Smiley. Nice to chat with you.
But yeah,
next time. We'll plan the next one.
Yeah, we'll plan the next one through text, right? Like, yeah. I would love to do it. I would love to do another one this week, like whether it's like during the week or the weekend. Basically, whenever you're free. I mean, I'm open.
I should have more time this week. I think I'm only working 3 days this week, so
okay. Yeah,
text
just
you my schedule.
just text me your schedule and we'll decide another night to do this.
Sounds good.
All
And
right.
then we'll talk about AI.
Yep, and we'll talk about AI art and implications.
Perfect.
All right. Well, Annie, thanks for coming on. Super appreciate it.
Thanks for
It was
having
super
me.
fun. This is the first ever, well, not first ever art stream, but first ever art stream with a second person on Discord call. Halfway successful. Hey, it ended up being successful. That's what counts.
Yes.
But yeah, but super
All
fun.
right.
Super appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Yep.
And
No worries.
we'll have you on. We'll have you back on soon.
Sounds good. Good
All
night,
right.
everybody.
Good night. All right, sick. Well, that worked out great. All right, let me turn off these. Let me turn off some of these audio channels. Okay, turn off my Discord. I can leave my Discord on. Let's see. You get them from convenience stores, sell them. Yeah, real money. Speaking of, I met the Sewer King again. NWU, we traded. Then drank moonshine and he was running, leading me somewhere, but I fell too far behind. That's sick. So the Sewer King doesn't talk? Is Coil the Sewer King? Because I know Coil has like that little Nomi looking character. It's Francis, right? Is he the sewer? Is Francis the sewer king? He actually talked this time. I'll have to find out in character. Fucking, I don't know. I'm ever going back to the sewers, dude. I never asked him his name, but I think so. Did he sound like? Did he? Did he have like a squeaky voice? I mean, if Quill actually like visited Blue as the sewer king, I think that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool of him to do it. It was Coil. Nice. That's kind of cool. Freaking the no pixel overlord visits the blue city for a little bit. I think that's pretty cool. And freaking you got to freaking meet him. Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty sick. Who would have thought? I mean, I would never think Coil would like step foot in the blue server. I was hoping he'd lead me to a secret spot or something. I mean, what's secret? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea like how expansive the sewers are. I mean, you've seen more sewers. You've seen more of the sewers than I have. And maybe he was going to show you, but didn't you? Maybe he was going to show you something secret, but you fell far. You fell too far behind. Sag. Did CJ show you the penny? No. CJ didn't tell me anything about a penny. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I'll find out in character. Oh, should I hop on the server right now? B B asked if I'm gonna hop on the server. He's led others on the same path, but it ended at the exact. But it ended at the exit each time. So maybe he was just leaving, or maybe he was leading us somewhere. There's so many copium theories. um, yeah, I mean, he's probably doing a little bit of both, like each time, right? Like he's probably keeping it spicy. Like sometimes he's gonna he's probably like he's probably leading you to exit sometimes, and then other times he may lead you to something very secret. Because there's got to be some really super secret stuff down there that probably even Marty may not know. Do I feel like RPing? Dude. Could be trolling. He is a pretty big troll. I'm pretty sure I've seen Otto too. With no shirt on walking with a knife? Really? Freaked Edna out. Like you saw Otto in the sewers? I mean Otto is kind of like does Otto still look like does Otto still like look like Brad Pitt, like a Brad Pitt ped? His Brad Pitt ped, yeah. So Otto still looks like that. All right. I'll get on for a little bit. I should grind some grime, I guess. Do one job. We didn't get too close. He was slow walking. How come you guys didn't get too close? You guys are too scared, huh? Hope is around. Yeah, that's cool. I'm guessing CJ and Hope haven't talked to Rick or any of the other people yet. In regards to what we're going to do about the damn house. I mean, I guess we're keeping it. I guess we're keeping the house. I mean, for all practicality, I think it's smarter to keep the house because it's going to take forever to not keep the house. I mean, it's going to take forever to buy another house, and I mean, CJ has some good points about keeping the house, and it's in regards to its geography on the map, right? It's a good place to grow weed. It's a great place to grow weed. It's also a potential great place for CJ to um, have his moonshot operation. So I think we should just keep the house and just pay off whatever we need to pay off. And you'll see how the shine sorting goes eventually. Yeah, yeah, I'll eventually see that. Mm. Are you still on the sewer? I mean, are you still in the sewer or still on the server? It's a bonus. Just hope it pays for itself. I think it will. I definitely think it will. Um, like I watched a teensy bit of some whitelist people. Like I watched a little bit of a Buddhist group. They had like a team meeting basically, and they were talking about it, and I think it is going to be profitable. It just takes time. Like everything, I think everything's profitable. It just takes time, right? Whether it's like it's crim job or whether it's a civ job, they're all kind of shit in the beginning. You know, like yeah, even with my pounder, it's like it's not totally shit money, but it's not super great. It won't be super great until I get the packer. I think it's the same way as everything, whether it's the weed, the moonshine, or whatever fucking whatever other drug there is, whatever other crime thing there is. You know, it's all like a 3-tiered system in terms of like how lucrative each thing is. All right, I'm gonna hop on the server for a little bit. Let's see if my VTuber model can handle it. Oh, I mean, not me, my VTuber. Let's see if my PC can handle my VTuber model with 5M and with OBS and everything running. Because I think it's gonna take a hit. My PC's gonna take a hit because of the VTuber model. It's a bonus. Oh yeah, yeah, it's a bonus. Yep. All right, BRB. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. All right, I'm back. Time to get on the server. I don't know if I'm gonna grind. I don't feel like it. Maybe I'm just gonna come in for like an hour or two, just chill out. See what Hope and CG are doing. Let's put a regular Civ outfit on. Let's be inconspicuous. Where the fuck is my wall panel? There we go. It's the Crim outfit. Alright, let's put this on so I can save the mask. Hey, Smiley, you still there?
I'll sneak it.
Hmm? That looks like Smokey.
Hello.
Hey, Hope. Hey, I just wake up. You sound kind of tired.
You just wake up.
Yeah, I just wake up by now.
You
Just
have
for,
a
you
late
know,
start, eh?
yeah, just for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Just come in, you know, see what's going on.
Nothing much. It's kind of quiet.
You still like wearing your disguise?
No, I'm doing some Mosley's work right now. Yesterday I ran moonshine for CJ. That was pretty fun.
Oh, how did that go? Pretty good.
Yeah, I got a lot of rolled up bills, and then I took them to the VU to get clean, and now I got clean money, and I need to do some sort of money run for that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's it. He told me he got to do that also. Now you gotta do the money order.
Yeah, I bought a dryer or a washer last night too. It's in the computer room. I have some cash in there right now that I'm cleaning.
Oh, okay. That sound sound like you guys are doing some good thing.
Yeah, I mean we're starting to get into the crime. That's what I was saying. I don't know if you got my message, but we've just got a lot of stuff in there.
Oh, you sent me
And
a text message.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't read anything yet, so I take a look at it later.
Yeah, it just basically said that somebody came in the house and got one of the barrels. One of the barrels, I guess, that was Rick's. And they also like moved the floor down. I don't know if they meant to or not, but I fucking burnt my ass off when I came in because the floor was moved down. So I think now that they've got everything out of the house, since we're starting to put some important stuff in there, we might want to either limit or take off their access on the panel. Like I've got a bunch of weed and I'm about to buy some weed racks like in the next couple of days, and CJ's got a bunch of moonshine in there. Plus I've got the dryer now with money. So I mean all they had is gone out of the house. There's no reason they should come back now. Like there's nothing in there that's theirs. The barrel was the last thing.
Okay, you want me to go meet you up over there?
Yeah, we could do that. I just gotta finish up this car. It's freaking slow, but I can come over there.
Okay, I'm getting my whistle van right now.
All right, yeah, I'm at Mosley's.
Yeah, I
Hi.
don't think I'm gonna do any work today. I just come in, check
Good.
in with you guys.
I love your whip. Sorry, I'm talking to Drago. You get a scooter? Yeah. That's some customer's car that went like 200 plus. It was crazy fast. Now I'm in this old hoopty. No. I didn't buy anything yet. Are there cars up?
There's a cars for sale now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I spend all my money doing all these things to my whistle van.
He said there's nothing in stock anymore, Chong. What was up for sale? Just some like basic shit.
Oh, let me go with it mostly.
All right, Chong will be over here.
Yeah, I talk to you guys over there.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye. The hell did I run over? Let's turn off my VTuber. Think that's affecting my FPS for sure. Maybe not. I think it helps a little bit turning it off. The hell are these people doing? Hey, Jago.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
At one point, our parts truck that we had in the yard blew up, and before I got a chance to... Yo!
Let me put my car in here.
Chill. Take it easy.
Hey, Jago, this is your scooter.
Yeah.
It's not a rental.
No, sir.
That's a pretty, very interesting seat you got there. It's a kind of like a, it's like
I
a.
can't change it, unfortunately. I was hoping that I could change it, but I can't. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Hey, no, I don't say it look bad. It's a look. Actually, it's like make it more interesting.
It's
just
just funny, a funny thing to get around.
It's a kind of dangerous.
It's just something you could park.
Hey, yep.
Yeah, it's a kind of dangerous
and this one,
it's a
by the
crazy
way,
driver.
this van, you cannot take delivery off of it. It's silly.
Is this your van also?
Can you put a sofa or anything in the back?
That's what I
It's
thought.
it's like a Scooby Doo
You
van.
you used to could do that in that other van, not this one, but the other
What,
one.
the pony? Or what?
I think it is the pony. It's like a
This
low.
is the
It's like a.
Paradiso.
It's like a. The other one is like a low
But
rider van.
this is the bad.
Yeah, the
This
one
is
that's
the bad
kind of
van to
high
drive.
up. You used. I don't know about this one, but this is.
Oh
Cool.
no,
Cool
it's not
looking.
that. That
Got a
one
shark
wasn't
on
in
it.
stock. That one wasn't in stock because I would have gotten that one instead. The one that you could like like do like road trips in and stuff like that. No, it isn't that one.
Hmm.
No hashtag van life for me.
Ah.
It sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, this is more like a free candy van.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to turn it into, a free candy van, just for the hell of it.
That's not a good look.
Ayah.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
At the end of the day,
That's a kind of,
At
you
the
know,
end
you
of the
don't want to
day,
be
it's
a
all
sus
jokes.
guy, you know.
you know what? My life is on the fucking timeline of Twitter, brother. I'm an open fucking book. Yeah. But
Maybe don't be that open.
I don't care. I don't care, man. The thing is that if there's any, I ain't doing any such shit, so I'm good.
Oh, okay.
So when?
Oh,
So do you know? Do you guys
good.
know when you'll
That's
get
a good
more
thing.
cars in?
So, I think you already know the answer to that question.
No,
Yeah.
of course not. Okay, well,
I
It's
wish you
alright.
did, but I honestly, what I think, I actually believe that it's like next week, probably that we're gonna maybe expect to get another shipment.
okay.
Oh, you know, since you work here, do you know like how many cars they sold?
No, because it was. I know I sold quite a lot of cars. I don't know. I know I sold. I
Like
sold.
over like a 20, more than 20.
Oh no, yeah, definitely more than 20. I think we sold like 40 or 50 cars.
Oh, that's a lot of cars.
Sheesh.
Do you know if you guys did you sell any intruder?
The Intruder, I don't think there were. We had a premiere. We had a premiere. We had the Washington. We had a lot of other. We had the Dominator. We had Sultans, not the regular Sultan, not the old Sultan.
What about the Futo?
Yeah, there were a couple of Futos as well. Yeah, I did. As I said, I didn't even get the car that I wanted either. I wanted either Landstalker or a Tailgater S. I ended up getting a Cavalcade, and then that is basically my car, the Cavalcade.
Is this a cavalcade?
No. This is a Paradiso. I got this one from the shop, and I got it. I got this one like, basically. What is it? So around this time. So basically, let's just say if cars came out like, what is it? 4
I'll be right back.
8 hours before this time, right?
Oh, cavalcade is a more like a SUV, huh?
Yeah, that's an SUV. There was one that just came out of here a bit ago. Yeah.
Okay. It's like I'm only looking for like an intruder or the Futo.
Yeah. I'm looking for the Tailgater S.
Which one is it? Which one is it? That one?
The one that's like an Audi.
It's look like an Audi.
Yeah. Like the Audi RS3 or something like that. That's what it looks like. It's like the coupe version of that.
Oh, it's not the one that look like the Audi R8.
No, not yet. We'll think about that later.
Yeah, that's a very expensive one.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, I lost 40 fucking grand yesterday. So
how you lose that much money?
Parts truck in the yard blew up, and the yard blew up 3 more times after that, and then the truck disappeared, and then when we pulled it out the next storm. Yeah.
How did all that cost of 40,000?
Well, I had like there were parts in it and money and stuff like that. So all in all, 38K or some shit like that.
Oh, in a that you gotta repair and all that.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Ay,
It was all paid for by me. Everything in there was paid for by me. So it's yeah, not in wasn't in a great mood yesterday. I will say that.
yeah, I can understand that.
And yeah, right now I've got like fucking 17K in my bank account. So
I feel that, brother.
yeah.
Got a little bit more than me. Bought a
Yeah, you still
dryer
got
yesterday.
you only got a 15K. My name is all.
Yeah, apparently hunting is really good right now, so it pays really, really well. So
Yeah, those deer heads are selling
Yeah.
for like 240 a pop.
yeah, so everybody's been doing it, and apparently, like with two people, they were getting like 5K per run, so per filled up car.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. I wish my rifle wouldn't have got stolen. I mean, I guess I could buy another one. It would just take up half the money.
yeah. I'm probably gonna go do Sani
Mr.
today.
Jokos,
Yeah, what's up, brother?
I just need this on my car.
Yeah, give me 1 second, man.
What's up?
Mm. No, not too much. Yeah, how you doing? You feel okay? Thank
I can't
you.
hear you if you're saying something.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. I really like this. Whoever's purple car this is straight ahead. That's really dope.
This look like a super.
I like the color and everything. He had the lights on. He's got
Oh,
a.
I think this like that's the new Sultan. This car is like very fast. I remember we drive there for a customer car.
Yeah, I just drove one that went 200 miles per hour. It was a Bravo, something Bravado.
With
Oh
the
my God! Look at all
Bravado.
these vans.
Ay,
Yeah, it was called. The back said Bravado. It went 200 miles per hour. It was really like slippery a little bit, but like so fast. Let's take a
Let
look.
me take a look. Bravado. Where's the Bravado? Let me see the Bravado. I don't see it in here. Or maybe it's like a super sport. Maybe it's a super car. Nope. Sports Classic? Muscle? Buffalo. Sable. Sports Classic? Nope. I don't see any Bravado. Coupe? Sedans? No, it can't be a sedan. It wouldn't be a sedan. It's not a Bravado. It's not a Bravado. I gotta change my stream title. I didn't see any bravado in there.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm awaiting your text message. I know. Next time you're not awake, we'll either take them off the panel or cut off their access. Worried about putting stuff in there. Blah, blah, blah. Plus,
You
someone.
wanna, I guess, go with me to drop off his car?
The bottles and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll go with you. Oh, you guys. Oh, excuse me.
Super fast car. I'm in this slow ass.
Did you talk to CJ today?
Yeah, I've texted him.
You know he's like still awake or not awake?
Yeah, he's awake. I keep forgetting the stupid ass car's manual.
No. You told me this thing is a manual. Hey, CJ.
Manual.
What's up?
You down in the sewer, I know.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my last little batch, and I'm heading up.
Oh, you gonna going sleep?
No, I'm gonna head up to the bottling spot.
Oh, well, the label guy.
Yeah.
Will
I meant
you
the other label.
will you blow me up?
No, I won't. I won't blow you up.
Yeah, that's the place where you blow me
Hopefully,
up.
I think it's gonna do a money run, but
Yeah, that's the place
I'll
where you
make
blow me up.
yeah, that's where I blew you up. Yeah.
Okay, are you like doing that by yourself right now?
Yeah, there's like nobody down here.
Oh, it's like empty.
Like I'm deeper in the sewer right now. I'm not in the center, but there's people in the center. But
What do you mean like a deeper? How deep is how deep is
I'm
the
in like
place?
a more of a remote. There's a more remote section
Behaving
that
beaver.
has like a really good spot for getting
What's
materials. There's a bunch
up?
of bags and all.
Oh my
in one room.
god, you missed the art
So I just
broadcast.
stay in this one room, and there's a couple stills actually nearby.
It was
that I've been
good. It was
using.
awesome. I wish you were there.
So one of mine disintegrated. It fell apart.
What's a disintegrator? What's a disintegrator?
They only last They only last for a week.
Oh, they don't last for a long time.
No, 1 week.
Oh, they like expensive to put together. Oh, this is not bad.
1200.
I know.
The thing is, you want like multiple ones. So I think what they do now is, in the rooms beside this room, there's like community ones. There's like.
But the VOD will be back. Yeah, the VOD will be up.
And nobody's using it right now.
I'll watch it later. Sweet.
I'm using them.
I'll be doing another art broadcast sometime this week
like
again because we didn't cover everything that we wanted to.
I mean, people could use mine too because I'm not around all 24/7, right?
Yeah, but do you care if they use it or not?
No, it doesn't hurt it.
Oh, it's like it don't make it the TOA faster or not?
No, I think it's just 1 week. It lasts 1 week, and that's about it.
Oh, okay. So it's not a big deal then.
Well, if you're not here to know they even use it, how would you know?
Hmm.
But yeah, ideally, if there was a way to get
Oh yeah, I think
stockpile the water,
Hmm.
it'd be nice to cook up at the house for sure.
You know, I don't know why, but in my eye, I'm seeing some kind of a warning message to me.
Oh, is it about your clock? Your watch?
It's a say something say about my time is not sync up.
Yeah. So, for some reason, when I unplug my headphones, I have headphones on in the sewer. So when I unplugged my headphones, that popped up in my head twice
says-
now.
Yeah, it's something in my eyes. It say time is
is
not. It's a warning. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it said I was gonna get disconnected, right? I think my 5M is totally busted now. Well, not totally, but there it goes. Alright, it's gonna force me to relog. Oops. That was weird. Oh, I'm not grinding today. I just hopped onto the server like maybe half hour ago. Just chilling. I'm not gonna grind tonight. I just hopped on because I wanted to catch up with Hope and CJ. Because I wasn't on yesterday. And we just finished the art broadcast maybe like an hour ago. Yeah, we covered in regards to the art broadcast, we covered the news in regards to protest and activism against our artists, pro Palestinian art activism, right? Against the various art institutions, like mostly museums. We covered that. Went on a bunch of different tangents, which I guess is usual for a just chatting stream, right? I guess like, yeah, it's I've never really done like that much just chatting. You know what I mean? Especially if I'm trying to cover some kind of subject. Like the most just chatting was like when I'm done RPing and I'm just chit chatting with you in chat, right? I'm not really covering anything specific, but or I guess also well, I guess the other one was actually no, I take that back because we did the Carl Andre one, which was pretty good. I didn't go off track, off the rails. But this one I kind of went off the rails and with different tangents. But it's cool. I mean, it's like super. It was super ADHD. But it's like I feel like that's pretty typical of like a just chatting streamer. Like you just like go off on like different tangents when you're talking about certain things because you know things are like when you start like, oh, we should talk about this artist because they're involved with this and that and that, you know. So it was kind of that kind of deal. And like, yeah, so it was good. It was fun. And also it's I guess also it's like I had my friend that I went to undergrad with. We both went to art school and undergrad with each other. And so I had her on Discord call. So she like we she I streamed it with her. Well, she doesn't stream, but I had her on the Discord call the entire time. So it was super sick. But you'll notice that maybe like the first hour for the first hour sounds like it wasn't a co-op stream because she doesn't stream. I just had her on a Discord call. But the first hour I forgot to turn on the audio for my Discord. And so it's just like me talking to myself. And I didn't know until like Lily the Chaos God, she popped on stream. She told me like it might, oh, actually no, it might have been Lily or it might have been Smiley. One of them. They told me like they told me they couldn't hear the other person. And it was like an hour in. So it's like it's just like I guess it just sounded like me talking to an empty chat. Also, have you changed your streaming hours? Because I've logged on these past week and I haven't seen you online. I haven't really changed my streaming hours. I just haven't. I've I've decided to take like more days off from streaming because it's hard on my body. It's like sitting down for these long ass times hurts my back. And like I've been having chronic like lower pain. I've been having chronic lower back pain before like the streaming. And it's just been exacerbating my lower back. And I've been going to physical therapy to like do to kind of help fix it. So I decided to reduce like the days I stream. So instead of like, because especially in the beginning, remember I was like streaming like every day grinding. So I'm like taking like 2-3 days. I'm like making sure I take like 2-3 days off in the week. So mainly like mostly like at least I'm at least streaming 4 nights. So, but I haven't changed my streaming schedule. I actually would. Although that's something that I've been thinking about doing. I'm just not sure what the right schedule for me is. Hope it gets better. Thanks. I think hopefully it like as I like make sure I don't stream every single day and I keep doing the physical therapy. I think it'll get better. Which mornings? Oh, I guess it's morning for you, huh? That's why you say it's which mornings? Because right now it's 1 a.m. for me. And I think it's Sunday for you, right? It's still well actually no, it's it's Sunday for me now too. But I consider this a Saturday stream because I started at 8 p.m. But I think let me look at the calendar. Like for me, I think I'm gonna skip Fridays. That's why I asked for the mornings. Well, morning for me would be afternoon for you. So what, you want me to stream like my mornings or your mornings? um you are streaming in the morning right now. Yeah, I mean, technically, I mean, I'm streaming in your morning, and I mean, I guess technically it is morning for me because it's 1 a.m. for me now. But it's like middle of the night for me. Like, let's face it, I'm streaming in the middle of the night right now. For me. But I've decided to at least take Wednesdays and Fridays off. Also, like nobody's around. Like I feel like you and James Genius are not around on Fridays, so it's like So it's like I think Fridays are a good day to take off to like do stuff IRL. Fridays and Wednesdays at least, and I was thinking about Saturdays as well, but I did Saturday today as an exception because my friend Annie was available today to do the co-stream. But I was thinking about doing Saturdays off. But I'm not sure. I mean, I think maybe Saturdays sometimes I'll take off. But for sure, Wednesdays and Fridays take off. Saturdays, maybe every other Saturday off. You know what I mean? So I think that's gonna be my set schedule. The time of day, but I'm also like considering like different times of day to stream on. Hello. Hello.
Hey, where you at?
Well, I think you know, I think Los Santos like forced me to hip hop.
Just
I'm like back over by the on the what's it called?
send me your ping. My ID's 809.
Okay, I send you my ping. I'm back on the
got
great.
it.
I'm like back on the Great Ocean. I wake up over here.
Oh, you're right there. Give me a second. I'm right over there. Give me 1 second. Bye.
She in that white car? But like I was saying, I'm also thinking about at least a few of the days, like maybe not all of the days, but at least a few of the days I change the time. I stream on a different time. Maybe earlier? I'm not sure. Like when did I think? Like more around the time that Hassan streams. Like I'm either thinking like the later half of like the time Hassan streams, or either like a bit earlier before Hassan's stream, or maybe like around when Hassan starts his stream. So I'm aiming for the gaming frogs, not necessarily. Like the reason why is because I also eventually want to do, like I was telling you before, I eventually want to do IRL streams to galleries, and I have to do those during the daytime, um, which is around like, the time that, which is around the time that Hassan starts his streams. Like he starts his streams at 11 a.m. PST, which is basically the time that that a lot of galleries open. I should warn you that there's a lot of Hassan Abiheads streaming at those hours. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. I know there's a ton of them that stream at those hours. But those are the hours like... So why is she still driving this thing? Why is there nobody in here? What the hell? Why did this car just veer over here and almost hit my ass? Okay, I'm gonna stand behind this thing. I know, it's spooky, right? I thought that was her picking me up. But it was like a ghost car that almost killed my ass. Yeah, art gallery streams. But yeah, I know, like but yeah, in regards to like all the Hasnabi heads streaming at those hours, I understand that. That's I mean, that was one of the main reasons why I don't stream at those hours right now. But if I want to do art gallery streams, they have to be at that time, at those times. So like those, maybe those will be on occasion. Like streaming at those times will be on occasion. When I do art gallery streams, they'll be at those times. You know what I mean? Maybe so I'll split. And it's not like I'm gonna do art gallery streams every week. Although I would love to eventually do like art gallery streams like once a week. Or maybe once every other week. And then do like a broadcast like what I did earlier, covering art news and contemporary art topics. So like 2 streams out of the week will be art related in some way, shape, or form. And eventually I'll do like a few streams where I'm like making my own art in GTA. Oh, she disconnected? Oh, so this must have been her. It wasn't a ghost card, it was her. She disconnected. She had popped. Yeah, I've on her. You've got her on. Oh, you've got her on the second monitor, and she is logging in right now. Okay. But in regards to the art broadcast, so maybe that's a good. Maybe we could try that, right? So my GTA art streams are like the same current schedule. The only thing that sucks is like today, like with tonight, like you missed the broadcast, or you missed the live broadcast. And I think you would have liked it.
Everybody's head popping.
Yeah, I thought it's a ghost car trying to kill me.
I had stopped and everything, but then my head pooped.
It's all of a sudden I see this station wagon coming toward me, and it's like crash on the side. Don't tell me you were stuck.
We're not stuck. See?
Good job. How come you're still driving this car? I thought you were going to drop it off.
Well, when I noticed that you weren't in the car anymore, I stopped and turned around. Like a good friend would do.
Yeah, you're so good friend.
Why the hell would I leave you and then I can't find you? I was right down the street.
No, I don't know. You know, I had parked for kind of a long time, you know.
Yeah, I just parked on the side and whatever.
Probably gonna put an alarm so I wake up
CJ's
for
at the
stream.
house right now.
Aw.
We can stop by. Just let me get my truck and get out of this ugly thing. This thing's slow as hell.
Okay.
Yeah, I've decided that the next time I get a little money up after I can work here for a minute, because I just bought that dryer. That alone was almost 4K, and I had just got up to 10K. So of course now I'm back down to like 5.
I thought the
when
dryer
I
is
get up
only
some
like
more
a
money-
2,500.
It's like it went up some, and then with tax, it came out to be like it was about 3,500 or 3,600.
Oh, the price went up. Oh, yeah. It's like everything is going up.
Yeah, and then you can only fit $250 in there at a time. So I put like some money in there, and then I put the rest of it in the VU. And I mean, they didn't take out that much, in my opinion. So they take out a couple hundred, but I mean, you can put in as much as you like, and it only takes like 2-3 hours instead of doing 250 at a time. Like, that's a lot. I mean, that's a little bit to get through like a couple grand. Unless you have multiple dryers, which I imagine later we will, but for now I just got one until CJ moves in his. But I've decided the next time I get some money up, I'm just gonna buy like the basic shit we need for a PC, so we can at least see what's on there and see if we can't access anything. Because it's really not that much money. Like, just gotta get a little table. You don't even need I mean, we don't even need a chair, but I'll find one. And then the PC parts are, I think, 300. So I just need a couple grand. Or I could buy a whole set off somebody, whatever. Either way.
Yeah, it's maybe easier just to buy the whole thing from somebody.
Yeah, I see people sell them all the time. I'll have to price it and see how much everything is.
It save you some time in
Oh my
like
god, you see that truck? That car fell out of nowhere.
yeah, I just see right now.
Because I know you need the PC. I think you need the monitor and some other shit.
God damn, this thing's so much
It's always
faster
so
than
easy
that
to find the
station
house in
wagon.
the GPS because we're at the end of that road.
Hmm.
End of the road.
You think you
I went
muted?
to the
No, I'm not
hospital
mute. I'm not mute.
yesterday at some point,
Right? I'm not mute. Right?
and I overheard these guys that were in the hospital bed. I guess had just gotten killed by a gang in Mirror Park.
Oh, we should that one gang probably.
I almost guessed so, because they were like, yeah, there's some assholes. I guess they made a name for themselves for like the asshole gang in Mirror Park.
Hmm. Yes, some guy, I mean, CJ bumped into some guy and a girl yesterday or the other day. Over in Amir Park. They're not in part of that gang, but they know the gang name. I forgot the name. Maybe CJ remember what they say.
What, they said they were a part of that gang?
No, they're not a part, but they kind of warn us about that gang.
Yeah, I noticed. Maybe it's a good thing we didn't move over there.
Yeah, maybe, you know, it's better for us. We don't have to deal with the drama.
I know, really, we don't ever have to deal with neighbors as long as we're out here. I mean, we don't have to worry about somebody buying the house next door down the street and being an asshole. I mean, eventually people will be able to come in the house and rob us, and we're gonna have to worry about that. But we don't have to because we live out in the middle of nowhere.
Hmm.
That's why I didn't want to live in the South Side or Polito. And I mean, I was worried about living in Mirror Park, but Harmony is just like, you don't have to worry about that shit. Like, we're far from the sheriff's station, we're far from neighbors.
And if we have to worry about it, it's gonna be a while before we have to worry about any of that thing.
Yeah, and even if we didn't have to worry about it, we would just have to worry about people who might know where we live, trying to rob us.
But mainly it's like we don't have to worry as much of as most people.
Yeah, we have a lot of things we don't have to worry about that a lot of other people will have to worry about. That's the only downside. People want to get together and have, you know, like neighborhoods and shit with their friends, but things go sour, and then you gotta watch out for these people later.
If we want to hang out with people, we can just hang out somewhere else, you know, it's like whatever.
Exactly. That's what I always said about the house. It's like, better not to tell everybody that people live here. Just let them think it's an empty house. That's why everybody parks around back. Plus, I've got all my weed growing over here, so I don't want to draw attention. My plants are in the backyard.
Yeah, CJ, he says this is a good place for his moonshine operation also.
Yeah, he told me that. I told him, go ahead. he had got it all like separated and situated out yesterday, so it made it pretty easy to deliver the stuff. Let me check on my plants. Whoop. I just planted these 2 new ones, so they're little. I harvested those barrels in there are full of weed.
Oh, it's a pretty
Wet
hard to
weed.
see. It's a pretty hard to see thing in here.
Exactly. I've
Yeah,
only
so
got
see.
one right now. I picked all the rest of them.
That's really well
What y'all
hidden.
do? Praying?
Is it like are they doing? Maybe they doing like a semen retention.
Y'all trying to poop?
Maybe she didn't hear me.
That's probably empty. It takes a while for things to disappear. Oh god.
Yeah, CJ, I always forget you look like a homeless guy. He
He's
spends
been
so
down
much.
in the sewer.
I know he spends so much time in the sewer. He's like looking more homeless and more homeless every time I see this guy.
He's the only reason we could maybe have a shower.
Oh, do you got any food? I'm kind of a little bit getting hungry.
I don't. I haven't stopped and got food yet today. I have nothing on me. I don't even have a snack. I gotta
maybe
get food myself.
maybe CJ got some like a sewer
Or we
food.
can just go to the convenience store.
Yeah, we
These
can
are
just
full
go
of
there.
weed.
Covered.
These are full of weed. I need some Rex.
Oh, look, it's the money in the washing machine. I never seen this before.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty sick. I didn't know it was
How many
animated.
does the big one hold?
Nice.
I don't know. I tried to get it, but you have to have that specific.
This is the big one. This is like huge.
Oh, this a different size? I
No,
didn't know.
there's an even bigger one.
Yeah, mine in my apartment is like a quarter that size, and it's still 250.
Yeah, no, this is still 250, but the other one that has a specific brand, it's bigger, I believe.
Yeah, you gonna make me eat this thing?
It's organic.
Organic. Rat.
Yeah. You want some corn? You want some corn on the cob?
I need some food. Ew, that sounds miserable.
Oh, what's this? A penny? What's this for?
I was just showing you. It's the sewer secret. I don't know. No one knows.
What do you do with this?
You have to have full rep to get it, and I've been down there for days, and I only found one so far.
Yes, I was eating a rat on a stick.
But no one knows what to do with it.
I told Sean when I get up a little bit more money next, I'm just gonna buy the basic computer shit so we can at least see what's on there.
How come I can't give it to him?
Shouldn't be that much money.
I don't know why, but I can't give you back the penny.
Oh, Hope couldn't either the other day.
Yeah, just put it on the floor.
Yeah, I was eating a freaking rat, dude. It's gross. Hey, but food's food at this
You been
point.
selling weed too?
Oh, do you have any
Not yet. I've been trying to get the reps so I can buy the racks, or wait to get a little bit more money to buy them from somebody, whichever comes
CJ,
first.
you got any you have any something to drink? Oh yeah, this is a big old moldy bread.
Oh, moldy corn. Your shits must be terrible.
I only eat the rat.
Yeah.
The other stuff's for the moonshine.
Oh, is that why my health is barely, if my food is barely?
Yes,
I
I
don't
could
think
barely.
it's barely anything. It's like a peach every. I would have to eat 20 of those to get half health.
Well, the rat actually fails you out.
Yeah, the way is not bad. It's pretty nutritious.
But I mean, there's a washing machine that does the same thing. It's way smaller. That's all I'm saying. Like it's as high as that bench.
So what's the point of
Oh,
getting a
yeah,
big one?
I just like the way it spins and shit.
Oh, CJ,
In
your
half the room.
does your washing machine don't spin like that?
I don't know. I don't look at it. I'm usually out doing stuff.
Well, I figured I was just gonna pull the computer over to the middle of the room more and have that wall for whatever washers or dryers we need. I don't think we're gonna have that many. And then this wall will be for, what do you call them, the GPUs and shit. Imagine we have like enough for 4 or 5 racks. I don't know how those things work yet.
There's no room for GPU rack in this room.
A GPU rack is the size of a bookshelf. There's plenty of room. We're not gonna have 50 million. I don't imagine us getting that collective in it. If we do,
Oh.
we'll rearrange, but we just line them up on this wall.
Yeah, this is a big ass washing machine.
Well, that's the one I saw like in everybody else's house, so that's the one I got. I didn't know it mattered.
Oh, it's just you change it.
Saw the spinning money, so
It's the only it's in your decoration options. You can pick any one.
Oh, you have an option. You
It's
can
just a
change it
generic
to something
washing
else.
machine that you buy, and then
you can also push it out of the house some more to take up less room. I just didn't feel like doing
Oh, I
that.
thought you can buy different model at the laundry mat.
Well, I
You
was thinking
can't.
we should probably have 4 to do 1,000 at a time.
You have to put in an editor, and then you have to buy the part and put it in the shopping list.
Just like
It's
the
the same with
toilet, you have multiple
same with
different
everything
toilets.
else.
Oh, so when are we gonna get a toilet, huh?
Well, we don't really need this. I don't think it serves a purpose.
Oh, we gotta take a shit sometime, you know.
Oh, it's a backyard, I guess.
If it served a purpose, I would have put it up. But I mean, yeah, for our poops. But we've been pooping in the backyard since we got here.
Yeah, that's why the grass is so tall, you know.
Exactly.
It's a
We have
fertilizer.
to keep fertilizing it. We don't have no cows.
What's with the mask? Are you helping with this moonshine bottling or what?
No, I may have popping, then I just wake up with this on.
See, I told you I was wearing headphones.
Were you
No,
just getting the bottles together?
Well, I thought you talking about like you wearing a headphone inside your head.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about. But when I unplugged these from my MP3 player, it did something with my brain to think that the time was different.
Oh, so you guys want me to like do something to the panel? I take them off, do something.
Well,
Yeah, I mean they have everything out of the house now, so there's no reason for them to come back at this point unless they're trying to take something else that's not theirs. So I think it's okay to take them off at this point so we can safely put everything we need in here.
That God's never messaged back about the wizards?
I don't know, because Rick is the one that put in that report, and last time I tried to ask Rick something, he never talked to me back. So I don't know. All I know is I told the lawyer what I said, and we were supposed to get together. And I asked Rick when he was meeting him, and he just never answered. So I figured that we would. I don't know if the lawyer's just going to relay my message, or if we're just going to meet up whenever we all have time. I don't know. The lawyer seems to have very limited time when he pops in the city, so it's like you have to schedule time to meet him. Plus, he's the only one, so he's got like everybody on his shoulders.
Yeah, I'm sure there's there's like many other people like doing some kind of legal thing.
But I almost say it's safe to say that stuff that was stolen is probably just going to be gone. I don't see Rick coordinating to give it back, even if he does get it, to be honest. I would like to think higher of him, but I don't. At least it wasn't anything too major besides materials, rifle, I think a moonshine bottle. I had like 2 walls in there.
Well, there's probably
I mean, there was a lot. There was a
$3,000 or
couple hundred.
$4,000 of jewelry and moonshine.
Oh yeah, the table stuff. Yeah, I don't know if they wrote him back. To be honest, I don't know. If y'all want to ask him, see if he answers y'all. But I kind of feel I doubt with how. I mean, it seemed like a lot to us, but probably to the Angels, it was very little. So I don't see them.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't see
what
them fixing
I'm.
it unless they just reimburse a little bit and then probably give it to Rick. And then in that
Yeah,
case, I don't see it. I don't see him giving it to us, to be honest. But you can try.
my thinking is like probably the angel thing is not that much. It's like very minuscule.
Yeah, that's what I think. Because last I talked to them, they hadn't even answered back. So I mean, I don't know if that's the truth or not. So I don't know.
I mean, I'm only gonna contact Wick if until we ready to settle thing.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
Like whenever you guys want to do this, meet up.
But they're just gonna bop around from whatever's the most paying job. So just keep that in mind. Like when you go do hunting or whatever's gonna pay
What if
more.
they're
In a couple
what if they're
weeks.
waiting for you to take you out to take them off the panel, and then they get sue that they paid into this, so they have a legal right to be in here?
They
Some
can't.
bullshit.
There's no contract. They can't do shit. Technically, Chong is in control of everything. If he decided to take them off the panel, there's nothing they can do because it's his house. He could try to he could do whatever he wants. That's what the lawyer said,
Well,
and it doesn't
they could
matter.
still technically get in. They have the keys until you change the locks.
Well, I thought if you take them off the panel, they can't get in the house.
No, they have keys.
Oh yeah, I
Panel
forgot they
is-
got the key. Oh.
You have to change the locks now.
Oh yeah, we gotta if we want to change, we gotta change the lock if we want to keep them out.
Well, how do you do that?
I don't know.
Is that other thing that guy sells out there?
I think so.
That's like
yeah, I think so.
$300, $400.
I mean, I think we should just like
They don't need bench access to